Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. It's been about 2 to 3 days. Hopefully everyone is having a great Wednesday. I think it is a Wednesday. Let's see what we have here in the chat. We have Ben, Caleb, Rebel, Lakeisha, Sam, let's see, Aaron, and everyone else who is in here watching the stream may not be chatting, or if you're just now tuning in or may have forgotten to welcome you, welcome to the stream, Maury and Joyce as well. Alrighty, let's go ahead and dive right on into things. Let's see, I guess we will... Oh man, where do I want to put the satellite? I guess I'll put it up here and we can switch over to this scene. Hopefully everything is good to go. Looks good to me. June 25th. Yep, everything looks to be the right... That date's a little bit too far to the left. There we go. Perfect. Alrighty, so hopefully everyone's having a great day so far. It looks like the SPC site's deciding to work this morning, slash, I guess we'll just say afternoon. Normally I joke by saying morning, but it's actually 3:33 p.m. here Eastern time. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch that has just been put out across portions of much of the Carolinas, actually, back out into Georgia. This is a quite high probability severe thunderstorm watch in terms of damaging winds. I believe it is a 70-30 severe thunderstorm watch for winds, so just as high as what we had here in Virginia the other week when we had that enhanced risk back out in the DC area. We had that PDS tornado warning with no tornado. That was the last time we had a probability as high as this watch. They're actually pretty rare to come by. We don't really see them that often. If we're unlucky, we'll see them once a year out here along North Carolina, but actually some of these areas, I don't think it actually overlapped. I'm pretty sure our severe watch last time was out for like up in this area as a 70-30, and now it's back here in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. So we're going to see exactly how today will perform. I think today will be a very prolific 60-mile-an-hour wind threat. We already have seen multiple 60-mile-an-hour severes out here in eastern NC and central NC. We should see plenty more across Georgia and South Carolina as we get later into the afternoon and especially into the evening hours. So, we're going to continue to see these severe thunderstorm warnings get issued here. And I do think we could see some gusts of 70 to maybe 80 miles per hour today. But the main issue is going to be that widespread 60-mile-an-hour wind threat. And these storms aren't expected to be like extremely mature. You could see a lot of these actually don't look very, very healthy. They look like very heavy rain showers. But when you switch over to velocities, there's a lot of velocities associated with these thunderstorms, and these could produce microburst slash downdrafts. And much of these storms have these little areas of velocities, and you don't exactly need those areas of velocities to see microburst. A lot of the times, your radar sight's not going to pick up those microbursts that occur very, very quickly. So there's going to be these bursts of just very heavy rain, and as those hit the surface, they spread out, cause outflow boundaries, and then that occurs to a microburst slash downdraft. A microburst is a type of downdraft here. Another severe thunderstorm warning here. So, yeah, it's actually downburst. I keep saying downdraft. It's actually downburst is what you call them. I keep saying downdraft. So every time you hear me say downdraft, just correct me, because it's definitely downburst is what it's called, because you have your rain drops very quickly, and then as it hits the surface, it becomes a downburst. So that's going to be the issue today. We could also see some small to maybe pushing localized large hail. I think 1 to 1.5 inch in diameter hail will be possible around this area. I don't think we will see any tornado threat across any portion of this side of the U.S. I think our only tornado threat today will likely be focused up here in Minnesota, Iowa, back into eastern Nebraska. I think right in here is going to be where our tornado threat is focused today. And I think that highest tornado threat will be focused in this corridor right in here from about Mason City, Iowa, back towards about Fairmont in southeast slash south central Minnesota, back all the way into like La Crosse, Wisconsin. So that's that area right in there. The circle inside the circle is where I think our tornado threat will be the highest today. Not really seeing much robust convection at the moment. It is a very messy storm mode, so I don't expect us to see a notable tornado threat today. I do think today should be upgraded to a 5% tornado risk. They still could do that at the 4 o'clock update here in 23 minutes. I do think the setup today is worthy of a 5% tornado risk somewhere across that area there. Let's see here. Let's go back over to the wind threat here. So we do have a enhanced risk for severe weather today. We've got it upgraded to an enhanced risk. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll know that I called that out in a tweet I did yesterday. I said I expect the SPC to upgrade to a 30% wind risk by the time storm mode uncertainty becomes a little bit less, and not as much uncertainty on storm mode today. We're anticipating a lot of thunderstorms across this area, and thus they've upgraded to a 30% wind risk out here across southwest Tennessee, a good chunk of South Carolina into northeastern Georgia. Lakeisha, it's hard to say exactly what you may see out there, but if you do get under a warning, it's going to be for wind. Wind will definitely be the biggest issue for today. Really across the board, really wind is the number one issue across the country for our risk today. And it's hard to say what you will and won't see. These thunderstorms are going to pop up very rapidly. They're going to very rapidly produce damaging winds, and then most of them are going to very rapidly die out. Much of these thunderstorms should just start to fizzle out, and then as they fizzle out, a new updraft could start up and re-intensify. And that's just what we're going to see throughout the rest of the day. We're really going to see that into the entire rest of the afternoon, into the evening hours, and then even into the overnight hours. We should continue to see these microbursts and downbursts all the way until our instability starts to decrease after 10 p.m. Eastern. So I don't think you'll see a tornado threat. I don't think you'll see much hail. I would just be keeping an eye on the wind threat. So if you have if your trash cans not in a sturdy place, not up against the wall or away from the road, just try to get it away from being out in the middle of the open. If it's in the middle of the open, then any wind gust of 20 to 30 miles per hour could easily, tip it over. Or if you get a 60-mile-an-hour downdraft, push it across the road or into your neighbor's yard or something. Just try to pick up things that could be loose objects, like, you know, buckets outside, or maybe flowers you have hanging up. Put them on the ground. That's what we do here. In my house, we have a lot of flowers out front. We just put them onto the porch, and then they're fine. So just anything that can become airborne with quickly, it could easily become just an object and end up getting tossed around. Did I say downdraft again? Downburst. Downburst. Yeah, downburst. I keep confusing a downdraft and a downburst. They're not the same thing. I'll just start saying microburst. How about that? Instead of saying downburst. Most of the downburst we see today will be in the form of microburst. Let's see. So, yeah, a lot of these severes are just in the risk for 60-mile-an-hour winds. If you're in these severes, like I said, do exactly what I just said. You know, make sure your trash can's against the wall. Make sure you don't have any flowers that are going to go flying when these storms move through. Stay indoors, away from doors and windows. You'll be perfectly fine. Not everybody in these severe warnings are going to see 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds. You're going to have to get very unlucky. A microburst is a very concentrated area of damaging winds, typically about 1 mile to 2 miles wide, where your microburst occurs. It pushes all that rain down in a very fast fashion, and then it spreads out as it hits the surface, and then that creates locally greater damaging wind threats. Out here in North Carolina, favorable for 60 to 70 miles per hour, but as you get closer to like Charlotte, North Carolina, into much of South Carolina, eastern Georgia, that's where you start to push more of, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Yeah, downburst easily can create extremely heavy, blinding rain. Yes, that's what creates the damaging winds, is how fast the rain falls down and hits the surface, and then it spreads out. Let's see. 26 severe warnings. Doesn't feel like we have that many. Let me see. So let's see how many warnings we have here. 25 warnings on my end. We have 2 Canada severes. Yeah, so plenty of severes. We do have a significant severe up here in Fairfax, so that's Northeast Virginia. You can see this area of greater velocities potentially producing up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. And that's what I was saying before, earlier in the live stream. This does not look like a strong storm at all, right? It just looks like a heavy rain shower with a lightning strike or two. But it's actually capable of 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds, and that's what we're going to see today. Weak thunderstorms capable of producing notable damaging winds. So if you're just now tuning in, this pink area is a severe thunderstorm watch that we had issued just moments ago across North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. Issued about 20 minutes ago. I don't know how long. How long is it in effect to? Holy moly. That is a very late severe thunderstorm watch out here in North Carolina and Virginia. Not a lot of watches out here go for 8 hours. That is a very, very long duration severe thunderstorm watch. So that shows you how long of an event we're going to be able to see today. Just storms are going to consistently be able to fire through 10 p.m. And then after 10 p.m., we could still have some remnant instability left that is going to help produce those microbursts as well. So, very long duration severe thunderstorm watch there. That is very, very crazy. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of outflow boundaries today because microburst and downburst, obviously, those favor outflow boundaries very quickly. Microburst and downburst as a whole very quickly can develop outflow boundaries. That's very, very, very common to see. So we're probably going to see a couple of outflow boundaries today. I would not be surprised. And then those outflow boundaries are going to interact with your rich moisture and your very favorable environment for thunderstorms. And those are going to become focal points for severe storms later. So Our severe storms create downburst that creates 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, spreads out, creates an outflow boundary. That outflow boundary creates another severe storm. That severe storm repeats the process of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, creates another outflow boundary. And before you know it, you've got an absurd amount of severe storms in the risk area. It's going to be a rinse and repeat process where just a severe storm creates another outflow boundary that creates a severe storm. And we just see that for 7 to 8 hours straight today. Let me show you what that looks like on the HRRR. And you can see it on the HRRR. You can see how quickly storms develop. And they move every which way. I mean, some of them even start moving west-northwest on this. But much of our storms today should be moving south-southeast. That's how our high pressure obviously goes. High pressure is, well, I want to say it's probably somewhere around northern Alabama, southern Tennessee. It's a huge high pressure like this. And so your storms in Ohio are moving east. Your storms in like Texas are moving north-northwest. Your storms here in the Carolinas are moving south-southwest. So it's all rotating around that high pressure. So your storms are really all moving in different directions as your high pressure carries those storms. And I mean, this just looks insane on the HRRR. Like, you can see how quickly these storms develop, and they just continue to develop one after another, very rapidly develop. And this is not going to be an accurate model run today by any means. The HRRR is going to be horrible, a horrible model run to use today, because storms are going to pop up out of seemingly thin air. Really out of thin air, storms are going to be popping up today. And so the model runs are not going to be handling how many storms we're going to be able to see today. Fun fact, that MRMS, I was just double checking that on satellite imagery, and that MRMS signature you see here, this is actually clouds and not rain. So your thunderstorm out here in Rocky Mount is actually such a severe storm of 60 plus mile per hour winds that for some reason your MRMS is actually scanning those cloud tops and reading it as rain. But that is indeed clouds out here in northern North Carolina. And this storm is actually, I just went outside for the first time today before I started stream. These clouds are actually making their way all the way back up to where I am. That's why I have cloud cover here in Martinsville, because of that storm in Rocky Mount. It's cloud cover. Its tops are shooting that far to the northwest, west-northwest. Oh, look at that. Another severe watch out here in Nebraska and Iowa for all the way till about 11 o'clock Eastern time. So that's another long duration severe thunderstorm watch. A good solid 7-ish hour severe thunderstorm watch there. I'll get the probabilities on that right now. Let's see if I can remember how to get to it. It's a whole process. Okay, probabilities on that is a 10.02 for tornadoes, so very low chance for a tornado. Wouldn't fully rule out a weak spin up, but very low chance. Damaging winds is a 50-20, so a really good chance for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Quite a bit lower, about a 20% chance for any wind gust to exceed 70 to 75 miles per hour. And your hail threat is a 20-10, so we're probably going to see some maybe pushing 1.5 inch in diameter hail, but anything more than 2 inch in diameter is highly unlikely. And that is your new severe watch across Nebraska into Iowa. Now, let me go ahead and turn on your MCD here. So see this red MCD here, this is a brown MCD, so that means a severe or a tornado watch could be issued. From my experience, typically when we see a brown MCD, it is a severe watch. So the colors, so a brown MCD means likely a severe watch. A blue MCD means it's going to be a severe watch. A red MCD means it's going to be a tornado watch. Purple MCD means it could be 50-50 tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch. So those are your different colors. And then obviously we have our winter colors as well. And sometimes these colors can switch around too. Like sometimes they'll use different colored MCDs for different hazards. But typically it's brown is a possible severe watch. Blue is a severe watch. Purple is a severe or tornado watch. And then a red is a tornado watch. So on weatherwise doesn't correlate those. Weatherwise does not correlate those MCDs. On weatherwise, everything is red. This is red, this is red, this is red, and the one out here was red. So weatherwise does not correlate the color coding of these MCDs. You actually have to go to the SPC, and I won't show it because then I have to pop it up. It's not that much effort. Come on now. So this is a brown MCD across southeastern Minnesota, far northeastern Iowa into southwestern Wisconsin. So this should be a severe watch. However, I think it's going to end up being a low-end tornado watch. Personally, I think we're going to end up seeing probably a low-end probability tornado watch out here in southeastern Minnesota. So those color coding MCDs, that's just general approximation. Sometimes, like the other day, we had 2 red MCDs, one in Minnesota and one in Ohio. There was a 80% chance that both of those would be tornado watches, and both of them were severe watches. So it doesn't always mean that each MCD color doesn't always correlate to the watch, but most of the time it does. Most of the time it does. Like a brown MCD should mean a severe watch. You can see they say severe potential increasing. They do mention with the potential to produce a couple tornadoes here, a few supercells with the potential to produce tornadoes. That's 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern time. So we should get very soon here, within the next about 30-40 minutes, we should get either a severe watch or a low-end tornado watch. We'll just see with which one they end up doing. Black MCDs, purple MCDs, they can kind of be really anything. I've seen pink MCDs be outlook upgrades. I've seen pink MCDs be violent tornado risks. I've seen pink MCDs just the other day being a derecho threat. I've seen black MCDs being a decreasing severe threat. I've seen black MCDs being a significantly increasing tornado threat. So those two are big time wild cards. That's why I didn't mention them. But brown MCDs, most of the time, are severe watches. Blue MCDs, 90% of the time, are going to be severe watches. Red MCDs, about 90% of the time, is going to be a tornado watch. And then purple MCDs, like I said, that's 50-50 on a tornado watch or a severe watch. And then, like I said, the pink MCDs and black MCDs, those are wild cards. They could really be anything. I think pink MCDs are also winter weather. I think pink MCDs are also ice. So they literally could be anything. I'm pretty interested in day 3. Yeah, I think day 3 is going to end up going probably for an enhanced risk. I think we'll see a day 2 enhanced risk for day 3, which is Friday's risk for severe weather. Probably going to see a 30 significant wind risk. Possibly, let me check really quick. Let's see here. Yeah, I would say probably for hail too. Honestly, a 30 sig wind or hail, or possibly even in both, wouldn't surprise me. The tornado threat, at the moment, the tornado threat looks elevated, probably about 5%. But it doesn't look like a notable tornado threat right now. I think when storms first fire, hail will be very notable, maybe a potential elevated tornado threat. And then very quickly, everything should congeal up into linear to clustered modes. And so we should switch to more of a predominant wind threat. I wouldn't fully rule out a derecho rebel, but right now that is just impossible to say for certain until we get closer. I can tell you one thing. I can tell you 2 things, actually. The first thing is we're going to have a lot of cape, and MCS's derechos need a lot of cape, so we have a lot of cape. The second thing is that we have a pretty fast moving shortwave trough. So right now, I would say it is definitely a possibility for an intense MCS. But anything more like saying a derecho, that's going to be difficult to forecast. We'll see. I feel like your shortwave trough is going to have to arrive a little bit sooner and be a little bit quicker in order for things to congeal up into a line very quickly going into. I've been distracted. Going into Friday for North Dakota. Another day I'm really interested in, and I am shocked. I was shocked to wake up this morning and not see a 15% for day 4. In my opinion, day 4 uptrended a lot into the overnight hours. I think day 4 could end up being a pretty notable severe threat across Minnesota, much of Minnesota, western Wisconsin, northern Iowa, northern Nebraska, much of South Dakota. I think this whole area here on day 4, I think this entire area is at risk for severe storms on Saturday. I was very surprised we did not see a day 4 risk. I really thought we were going to see a day 4 risk, at least over South Dakota, Minnesota, if not a much larger area. And then I'm also very interested in Sunday, too. I think Sunday also has a good chance for severe weather. A little bit further to the east, I think Sunday will be a little bit more of like this area for severe weather. So I'm quite surprised to not see them highlight a 15% for at least day 4, if not both day 4 and day 5 at this point. And then going into Monday, it looks like our trough is going to tilt positively, which, don't let that fool you. That could still cause a notable wind threat. And if that were to occur, and we did see a good amount of instability with our positively tilted trough, potentially speeding up a bit more, that threat would definitely be over like Ohio, Indiana on day 6, which is Sunday. But at the moment, right now, I see Friday being the... Oh, there's your tornado watch. Right now, I see Friday being the biggest threat for all hazards. And then Saturday, I think, is really just as high, if not possibly. We'll see how it trends as we get closer, maybe a little higher. Very low-end tornado watch. I mean, as low as it can go tornado watch. We've got a 30-10 tornado watch out here in Minnesota, northern Iowa, and southwest Wisconsin. As low as it can go. If it went any lower, it would be a severe watch. $30-40, Caleb, that's literally impossible. That's literally impossible. It is impossible to see the significant tornado threat higher than the normal tornado threat, buddy. Let me guess, you're somebody who writes your date as like 25/6/2025. Right? You don't go month, day, year. You go like day, month, year. I don't know how people write it any way other than month, day, year. That's how I've always written it. I don't see it anything different. I could never do it the other way around. But yeah, this is what caught my eye when I got distracted about talking about North Dakota. There's actually an area of possibly a downburst here. Like I said, they're a little bit difficult to spot on radar, but that could just simply be an area of greater winds. And that is just to the northeast of Raleigh in North Carolina. So that's about 50 to 60 mile an hour winds will likely be ongoing in that area. You can see those heightened velocities in this region. I've seen it before too, Lakeisha. It confuses me so much because I'm trying to enter the date for maybe a archive severe threat. I want to get radar data for it, and then it's all mixed up. It's like, okay, is this the year, the month, or the day? Because sometimes, for instance, say like you're looking at 2011, somebody could go Let's see. They could go 11, 11, 4, 27. And you're like, wait, what? 1927? Nope, that's the day. The day is at the end, not the year. It's like, come on. Just write it normal, please. Just put the month, day, year. Then what are you going to say? It's the 27th of 2011 of April. I've always said June 25th, 2025. I'm not going to say it 25th of June 2025. Just messes with my head, man. Hello, Misty. Welcome to the stream. So we did just get a new tornado watch. I don't expect to see much out here for a little while. We're probably not going to see much for another hour or so. And it all comes down to if storms manage to be discreet and if they can really tap into that environment. And I think we're only going to see probably a storm or two out here that's able to do that. The main tornado threat will be from about 5 o'clock. Actually, it should be from now. It should be from about right now, 4 p.m. Eastern to about 7 p.m. Eastern. That tornado watch till 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock for that tornado watch and that severe watch, with our severe watch back in the Carolinas going till midnight Eastern. HRRR shows a discrete storm or two. Yeah. If that happens, we'll likely end up with a brief spin up. I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado. As Caleb just says, I honestly don't think we'll see a strong tor. I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado if we could see a discrete storm in like this area in here. It has to be closer to that surface low. If it's further away from the surface low, it's not going to have a lot of wind shear. So the HRRR has a discrete storm. We'll see if this verifies. We'll likely still be live. Yeah, we'll still be live at 5 Eastern in an hour. The HRRR has a discrete storm right here in 1 hour. And if that happens, it will be in a more sheared environment. You're looking at closer to 300 0 to 1 kilometer SRH as opposed to 50. Where's our low? It is like over the Twin Cities right now. Like our surface low is like somewhere up in here. It's a very weak surface low. It's like literally over the Twin Cities right now. Somewhere up in here. And so you have your cold front goes back out here, and then your warm front goes back out that way. So anything that is in this area here is going to have that best chance to produce a tornado or two, possibly even a strong tornado. I think the outlook's late. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about the SPC outlook. That's coming out right now. That tropical storm died out real quick, huh? Yep. It wasted no time dying out. They named that as it was dying out. Like, it was named pretty much as it was dying out. It was pretty much dead by the time it got named. Yeah, there's your SPC outlook. Give me just a second. I want to see the probabilities on that new outlook. What are we thinking? We thinking they went 5%? I'm gonna say they did. I'm gonna say they did put a 5% since we have a tornado watch. Let's see. Got to go to the site that gets it early. Let's go here. Still a 30% wind back in the Carolinas, 15% wind out here in Iowa. Still a 5% for hail. And yes, they did introduce a 5% tornado risk. So there's now a 5% tornado risk right out in this area here. A very small 5%. Man, La Crosse went from less than 2% to 5% in one update. So there you go. I think the whole day is conditional here. I think the whole day is conditional. Yeah, it all depends on if a supercell can get going. All it takes is for us not to see a supercell, and then voila, no tornado threat. Continuing to see these severe storms here in North Carolina. And you can see these velocities, still quite a good amount of velocities. So just make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows if you're in any of those severes. Just a lot of 60-mile-an-hour winds is what we're going to see today. A lot of 60-mile-an-hour winds. But yeah, if you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you hit that like button. Help us get to 50 likes. We're only 4 away. Also, if you are new, consider hitting that subscribe button. Tomorrow, I'm probably not going to have... What's tomorrow? Thursday? I don't know if I'll have any content tomorrow. It may be a 1-hour live briefing. If not, then it will be a day off. And then I'll be live Friday. Most likely. I'll just have to see. Like I said in the video the other day, I'm going to get very busy towards the end of this month, and that's literally like, it is getting towards the end of the month already. Let's see. Yeah, two sig tour is not going to be a thing. I could see the SBC introducing a 5 sig tour and it being pretty rare, but 2 sig tour, that's just like, that's crazy. That's just crazy. There's no point in that. Sam, I'll be live until I hit the end button. That might be one of our storms to try to get going here. Currently near Mason City. Fair enough. Yep. I don't know how long I'll be live for. These storms are right on a boundary, yeah. They're right on a boundary of the best instability. So we'll have to watch that storm as it moves up to the northeast. It's going to go into a slightly better wind sheared environment. Especially up in, like, let's see. Once it gets near Austin. Once it gets near Austin here in probably about an hour, that's when it's going to be in a much better sheared environment. Oh yeah, by the way, our derecho the other day, what was it, the 20th? I think it was the 20th this month that we had our derecho in North Dakota. It is the most significant derecho in terms of significant reports for damaging winds, I believe since 2021. I believe since the December 15th, 2021 derecho. I'm pretty sure it's just a couple reports shy of actually beating that. So it was overall, like, it was our most significant derecho in about the last 4 years. Almost the last 4 years. Which is, that is insane, considering it produced that much damage in North Dakota. I mean, that is just crazy. I don't think North Dakota has seen a derecho that bad since 2016, maybe even before that. But 2016 was the last time a very notable intense derecho moved through North Dakota. Yep, it took a derecho that is the strongest derecho in almost 4 years to actually be classified as a derecho. It took literally one of the worst derechos that we've seen so far this decade. I think hold on, I got the list back here. Let me tell you the top like 3 to 4 derechos. Let's see here. In terms of significant damaging winds. So so we have 2022, 2021, and then 2025. So May 2022 was the most significant. December 15th, 2021 was the second most significant. And then third place is the one we had just 5 days ago. So 2020, 2023, and 2024 didn't have a derecho nearly as bad as what we saw 5 days ago in terms of significant damaging winds. Rebel, it was severe forever. I mean, I did a tweet on it. I think it was severe for about 14 hours. I believe it was from southeast Montana through all of North Dakota, through all of Minnesota, through northern Wisconsin, and then it went sub-severe in Michigan. I'm pretty sure it was severe that entire way. From, what was it? It was like 5:40, I think. I think it was 5:40 Eastern all the way till 8 a.m. And it was most significant, obviously, most significant right in here. That's where it was the most significant. No, it stayed severe forever. Nah. It was definitely a derecho. Yeah, this is a very messy mode, which is definitely, there's two main limiting factors for today. One of which is a messy mode, like what we're seeing right now. So messy mode, and then our lower level lapse rates are very low. So these storms are not going to rapidly explode. They're not going to rapidly intensify. They're not going to just pop out of seemingly nowhere. It's going to take a long time for these to really get going. I mean, the one in Mason City fired already about 30 minutes ago, and it just now produced its first lightning strike. So these storms are going to take a long time to organize. They're going to take a long time to organize. I don't know how long is that. I mean, let's see. Yeah, it was severe for probably around 800 miles. It was probably severe for about 800 miles, which is double or around double. I don't know exactly how long it was severe because I don't have the warnings in front of me, but I know approximately it was southeast Montana to the middle of what is this, like the, I forgot what you call this in Michigan. There's a specific name to it, but yeah, all the way till the middle of this portion of Michigan. Between 750 to 800 miles. Upper Peninsula? Yeah, I think that sounds right. Upper Peninsula sounds right. Not much in South Carolina right now outside of a single lightning strike with a rain shower out here northeast of Camden. Much of South Carolina's severe threat will be after like 5, 6 o'clock. I don't expect to see much until after, really right around 6. 6 o'clock to like 11 p.m. That's when we should see our main threat out here in our enhanced risk area. What should you expect? Probably heavy rain, 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. That's what I would be anticipating around your area. Now, you could see, you could be one of the unlucky people who gets 70 mile an hour winds today. So you want to be ready for that higher end scenario, considering you're in the enhanced risk. By the way, there's that 5% tornado risk. Goes from around Mason City. It includes Mason City, back up to southeastern Minnesota, also into southwest Wisconsin. That 2% tornado risk has been extended all the way into Madison, Wisconsin. A lot larger of a 2%. Remember, our old 2% tornado risk stopped like right in here. Like right in there is where our old 2% stopped. So the 5%, nearly all that 5% tornado risk wasn't even in a 2% at the last update. And south central Wisconsin wasn't even close to a 2%. Newark, Ohio, expect. Very hard to say exactly what you'll see, but lightning, heavy rain, thunder. I haven't checked the environment out there, but I imagine it is favorable for up to 60 mile an hour winds. So, be ready for some gusty winds. Just in case. Wonder what the temperature is over here. Let's see. Let's see what the hottest temperature is right now in the U.S. 91 near me. That is not correct. Apparently it's 91 to my southwest, but where I am, it's like 97. And I'm literally like just a few miles from that. Let's see, we have 97, 98 in southeast VA. Oh, 100. There's a 100. This does not include heat index. Just see if we can find anything greater than that. 98, 99. Is it hot out here in Texas? Much of Texas is cooler than what I'm at right now. That is crazy. I'm at about 97. There's just a couple areas in Texas that are that high. See, what about out here in Illinois? Ooh. Yep, you're into the low to mid 90s too out here in Illinois. Looks like 100 is probably the hottest right now. That's the highest I can find. That's in Southeast VA. Not surprising. Oh, well, hold on. South Carolina. 2 100s in South Carolina. So South Carolina, oh, and 100 in Charlotte. So I'm seeing a lot of 100s, but nothing over that. Wow. Well, look at that. Gainesville. It is 94 degrees in Gainesville, Georgia right now. Just a couple miles to your south out here in Lawrenceville, it is freezing. 32 degrees Fahrenheit. And 32 degrees for your dew point, too. Your dew point and temperature is the exact same out there. Wow. I'm sure that's not a glitch. That is totally not a glitch right there. You go from 96 to 32. I'm sure that's legit. That is totally not a bug. Oh, look at that 70 mile an hour wind report out here in Northeast Virginia. 70 mile an hour winds. What was that recorded by? Oh, well, that is definitely an official report right there. That is about as official as you're going to get. It is right next to the radar site. It is literally recorded by the radar site. That's about as official as you're going to get for a report. Only thing more official would be if it was measured by the NWS themselves. But that's recorded by an airport MEDAR. That's actually how we get a lot of our observations, is airports. Airports record a lot of wind gusts. I can't tell you. Pretty much every event we've had multiple reports from an airport, and that's very close to the NWS. I like how it just looks like the NWS is stuck out here in the middle of a field. It looks like they're just in the middle of a field. What is that? Hold on, I want to see that MEDAR that is measuring 32 degrees. Where is that at? What is that? I don't even know what that is. That's not... That doesn't look like it's the main airport MEDAR. Yeah, you can see the wind direction. Yeah, the winds look legit. Visibility's legit, most likely. It's the dew point and the temperature that's not. No, it's in Fahrenheit. Buddy. Alright, so if we go by Celsius, 32 Celsius to Fahrenheit, that's almost 90 degrees. So if that's 90 degrees in Celsius, then what is 98 Celsius to Fahrenheit? 204. So there ain't no way that that's in Celsius, because that means all of this, that means everybody is being scorched right now. That means it's 200 plus in much of the US. Because if this is in Celsius, and it says Fahrenheit too, by the way. It says Fahrenheit. 32 Celsius is about 90. That's like near 90 degrees, Ben. Boy, look it up. Look it up. It's not 100 degrees. It's about 90. I bet bro's trying to do it in his head, realizes he ain't good at conversion for temperatures. I'm not any better though. Oh no, Ben, what I was saying is, okay, so if 32 degrees Celsius, these MEDARs, if all these MEDARs are in Celsius, listen up, Ben, wake up, put that thinking cap on. If 32 degrees Celsius is about 90 degrees Fahrenheit, then what is 96 degrees Celsius? Because if one of them's in Celsius, that means I have to have all these turned to Celsius. Because, you know, that's the little thing you have to tick it to metric and what's the other one? Imperial, whatever it is. I'm not going to lie, I forgot it. So that's what I was saying. If this is in Celsius, then that means, you know, all of these are going to be in Celsius as well. Which is where I got like 208 from. Exactly, that's what I was saying. That's why I was saying this one is just simply something's not, maybe it's not calibrated correctly or something. Because there's also another one that's exactly the same like that. So it looks like maybe when they're not calibrated, they result to 32 degrees Fahrenheit in dew points. Because you have one in Alabama, 2 in Georgia, 2 in Mississippi. Looks like a few of them, maybe just a calibration issue with the MEDARs. All we know is it is hot. It is hot and don't go outside. Could you imagine 200 degrees Fahrenheit, though? I don't even want to go outside when it's 90. I don't mind 80. Like, I know a lot of people who absolutely just won't go outside when it's 80. I don't mind 80 that much. Once it gets past, like, 85, that's when I'm not going outside at all. If it's 80 degrees, I'll still, you know, I'll still go outside. Especially if it's, like, towards the morning, afternoon. or even into the evening as well. 80 is not that bad, in my opinion. Unless it is paired with 100% humidity. If you've got 100% humidity, that's what I can't stand is humidity. I would rather have like 90 degrees Fahrenheit with no humidity than like 80 degrees Fahrenheit with 100% humidity. I cannot stand it being humid. Yeah, 200, that's not even close to melting metal. $72 degrees is perfect for me and no humidity. Yep, I agree. Anything from 60 to 75 with no humidity is perfect. Um, I think like my favorite temperature is probably like 67. 67 with no humidity. That's perfect. Because I still want it to be a little bit on the cooler side. Because, you know, if I'm going outside, I'm probably going outside to do work or go somewhere. So I'd like it to be a little cooler. Yeah, all these severes are for 60-mile-an-hour winds. You know, just stay indoors, away from doors and windows. You're good. Um, Same here, Mindy. 74 degrees in this house too. And actually, I was cold. I was cold this morning. And then even it was like 95 degrees outside. It's still like 96 outside. I'm still cold right now. It's so weird because like 74 degrees. So like 2 weeks ago, it was about 80 degrees outside and I was boiling in here and it was still 74 inside. It was hot inside the house at 74 degrees. And now that it is nearing like 95 degrees outside, 74 all of a sudden feels freezing. I don't know how temperature works. I don't know how it works. 74 degrees can be boiling hot on some days and freezing cold on others. Even though it's the same degree. Makes no sense to me. Yeah, these storms look very sloppy. A lot more sloppy than I was thinking. Let's see. Should have this and yes, we do. Man, I miss live streaming. I I don't know what it is, but just after like 2 to 3 days, I just have to live stream. Because it's what I love to do. I love to interact with you guys and talk about the weather. Videos don't fill the hunger of tracking weather. Aren't you guys proud of me? I did back-to-back videos. Back-to-back videos about temperatures. And that's the only 2 videos you get for the rest of the decade, so better get rewatching. See, that's the bad thing about weather is when you film a video, if I film a video, I have to get it up ASAP. Like I can't just put it for the next day because then it's completely old information. Do you know how much changes in the weather world in the matter of literally just 2 hours? A whole forecast can completely shift in the matter of an hour or two. So the bad thing about weather is when you film a video, you got to get that out ASAP or it's completely useless. I can't schedule it ahead of time or something like that. So like the videos I did the last 2 days, I would film the first one I did 2 days ago. I filmed it at like 2:50 is when I filmed it, and then I got it out at 3:30. And then the one yesterday, I started at 3:10, got it out at 4. Takes me about an hour. Right about an hour. Allentown at Pennsylvania. Weather for today, hot. Don't go outside. Let's see. Accidentally Control C, Control V, the wrong thing. Allentown, PA. Man, every time I come up here, you've got a storm next to you. I swear, literally the last 3 times you've asked about this area, there has been a storm near you. Just had a storm roll through the northeast side. Heavy rain, maybe 10-mile-an-hour winds, but mainly just heavy rain with this storm. No, nothing severe. I wouldn't fully rule out a severe somewhere in Pennsylvania today, but the chance that that's over Allentown is very low. Very low chance that it's going to be over your area. And even if it is, it will probably be for mainly winds. Oh my goodness. So daily record highs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh my word. I can't even count. I would say in the last 3 days, we've broken about 40 daily record highs here in the central and eastern U.S., especially the eastern U.S. We've broken daily high records. Probably about 40 to 50 records. This was an insane heat wave. It still is insane. Like I said, I ain't even going outside. All my workouts have been indoor, man. You ain't catching me outside anytime soon. Skip cardio. I'm doing it all inside, man. July is the hottest. Well, great. Great. Might as well prepare for a month of quarantine or something. I love cardio. I used to run a lot. When I was like 14, 15 years old, I would run all the time. I enjoy long walks a lot. Oh, this is observed 60-mile-an-hour winds, by the way. Let's see if we can get a report on that. Numerous trees down east of Youngsville. And then another report here. Multiple large pine trees down. 1300 Tarboro Road, North Carolina. That is just northeast of Wake Forest. I've been at Wake Forest. Yeah, I've been in this area. Matter of fact, this is very close to where Lucky was. It's probably about 3 weeks ago. He passed right through this area. Wonder if he took that road. Yeah, but this wind threat is observed 60-mile-an-hour winds. So just those microbursts are going to be able to produce 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. But our main 70 to 80-mile-an-hour wind gust will be back out here in South Carolina later on today. Is Lucky dead? He ought to be pretty close. I haven't been able to really talk to him in a long time. I'm trying to think. I think we might have called for a bit for the truck race Friday, like 5 days ago or so, but we haven't been able to really do much for like the last 2 weeks straight. He's melting in the heat. I don't even know what he's up to today because he doesn't work. I text him daily still, so he's still alive. It's just he doesn't have a lot of time to call. Yeah, this is what he said. He said, I don't work tonight, so I'm probably just going to sit on the porch and just watch these storms. Like, come on, bro. The one time you have nothing to do. Actually, I do want to ask him. I want to ask him something. I want to ask him to go outside and do a run, see what his response is. He's probably going to think I'm insane. Martin, Tennessee. Should be up here. Yeah, you've got some rain to your southwest, but that's about it. I don't expect to see much out there today. I don't think you'll see a lot. The main area for tornadoes, by the way, once again. Oh, he just texted me. I'll look at that in just a second. Once again, the main tornado threat today should be focused across this area up here, where we have better wind shear. So, and that will likely peak around 6, 7 o'clock, I think will be the peak tornado threat later on today. So just be hyper weather aware in that area. Probably not going to end up covering it unless it's, unless it looks like it's getting significant, then I'll hop back on here. Oh, let's see what he said. Yep, he called me crazy. He said, absolutely not. You're crazy. It's too hot. But if you guys are going outside at all today, doing any type of yard work or anything, make sure you're taking frequent breaks. Always have a bottle of water with you. Stay in the shade frequently. Try to go indoors often and get some AC cool down a bit. Just be careful because heat stroke is very, very serious. It's very easy to overheat when you're outside away from shade or don't have much water with you. Just try to take a lot of breaks today. But preferably just if you can move it to another day. Like I was supposed to mow yesterday and today, and I was like, heck nah, bro. Took one step outside, turned right around, went right back inside. Nope, I ain't mowing in this heat. You got messed up if you're thinking I'm mowing in 95 to 100 degree temperatures, dude. I just went right back indoors. The grass can wait. It can wait another 2 days since it's not raining at all. It's not going to be growing quickly. Caleb, I probably won't be live at 6. Yeah, I won't be live at 6 your time. Unless this threat starts to pop off, then I'll hop back on. But yeah, you can see these storms. I mean, there's little areas already of velocities starting to get up on them here. Starting to increase. So we'll just keep an eye on that. Caleb's coach, Caleb told me to tell you that you need to push him harder, and he's terrible at basketball, so you need to push him harder and not let him have any days off. There you go, Caleb. I told him. The mid-level up drafts are probably why. Yeah, we don't have a lot of, if you're talking about out here in Minnesota, Iowa, there's not a lot of lapse rates at all, so these storms are going to be very, very, very slow to form. Hail is low across the entire U.S. today. That's wind. Hail threat, I mean, we have a large 5% here and a large 5% here, but it's overall pretty low. And that's what you wanted me to say, right, Caleb? Pretty sure. What's that? Okay. Nothing weather related. All right, is the SPC site going to pop back on here? I've tried to refresh. Hey, there it goes. I've already refreshed it like 10 times. I need you to say no. I'm not going to say that part. You got to stay committed there, Caleb. Yeah, so these storms, all of this is just damaging winds right now. How many severes are we at? We're at 30 severes, dude. We are at 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got one in Ohio. We've got two in West Virginia, two in Virginia, one in Maryland, two in Maryland, three in Maryland now, actually. Just got a third one. Three in Maryland. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in North Carolina, one in Georgia, 3, 4 in Florida. Let's see. 3 in Nebraska, 1 in Colorado, 1 in Montana. Had to throw that one in there. I'm sure there's more I'm missing. That's a lot of them right there. Ooh, GFS has a crazy run. Let me go see. What date did you say? July 7th. You know what's funny? That is actually the day I'd be able to stream. I'm very busy in late June. I don't know exactly when. But I just know videos and live streams are going to be a little bit less. Unfortunately, it might start this weekend. I'll just have to see. Let's see here. July 7th. Which one are you looking at? Are you looking at the new GFS? I see nothing on July 7th. I'm not going to lie. Oh my word. It's July 6th, buddy. It's on the 6th. Into the 7th. I see it now. Oh, it's from a pathetic little shortwave. Yeah, I don't even think that would fire. Does something fire off of that? If it does, it's... Yeah, it's a... You know what it is. It rides that instability access. And it's a very long-lived derecho. That's what the GFS shows right there. It's not like a tornado outbreak or something. That's a very long-lived derecho. Jeez. That mid-level wind shear is crazy. West Virginia, northeast West Virginia. So these severe storms for like Parson, St. George, that area, Junior. This yellow right in here. Northeast West Virginia. Nothing is a significant severe right now, so just if you're in a severe, just don't go outside, stay away from doors and windows, and you'll be good. There's no significant or destructive severes. That's my little brother, Sam. You can hear him, he's very loud. Obviously, he's happy about something. Someone... No, I promise it's not that. Man. MCD for much of our severe watch out here. Damaging wind threat may gradually increase into the early evening. Isolated hail also remains possible. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and about 1.5 inch hail will be the main issue. No tornado threat. Just quickly reading their discussion. Lucky's not. No, he's not. He is... I'm going to tell you guys because this is crazy. He is talking to a person about getting a custom bowling ball. That's what he's up to right now. He is trying to get a custom bowling ball. Like, what? I'm going to text him, what? He's getting a custom bowling ball right now, y'all. That's what he's up to. This dude. So first he sleeps all the time. Now and then he eats all the time, and now he's getting custom bowling balls. Like fuck. Oh my word, dude. Pro bowler. I guess he's gonna aim for that now. First it was NASCAR, then it was basketball, back to NASCAR, and I guess now he's switching to bowling. Like you do you. Hey, I mean it's just not something I'd expect him to do. No offense to anyone who bowls. Bowling's actually pretty fun. Just not. That's like one of the last things I would expect Lucky to be doing today. Buying a custom bowling ball. I like bowling. Yeah, I do too. Especially when it's with a lot of friends and family. Lucky is random. He'll fall asleep 10 minutes after he plays. See if Lucky tunes into the live stream. I just texted him. He said, bro, what? Because I said I told chat. Thought he's been working the whole time. He's actually been bowling. Plot twist. Plot twist, he's now one of the best bowlers in North Carolina. What? Huh? Oh! Well, that was not what I was expecting. We have a tornado on the ground. What? Law enforcement has observed a tornado. 5 p.m. Eastern, 13 minutes on that tornado warning. So we now have a confirmed tornado warning in south central / southeastern Minnesota. Yep. We got those light rain showers producing tornadoes today. Where was it located? Near Heartland. Where's that? I don't even... That's up here. 8 miles northwest of Albert Lee. Yep. So it is literally with one of these two light rain showers. I'm not even kidding. It is literally with either this rain shower here or this rain shower here actively producing a tornado. Wait, what? Another one! Okay, now that is a radar indicated tornado warning, and I was looking at that before. You see the velocities were starting to come together a little bit better on that. So there's another tornado warning for Spring Valley in southeastern Minnesota. Make sure you're in your safe spot there as well. I don't think that one is actively producing a tornado in Spring Valley, but it definitely could. That looks like it's probably rotating quite a bit. And then we do have a tornado ongoing here around very close to Heartland or Manchester. One of these storms is producing a tornado right now. I'm not sure exactly which one. Curious where this one came from. Yeah, this one just came from that messy cluster that formed like an hour ago. It is moving into a more wind sheared environment, so definitely want to keep an eye on that. Definitely going to keep an eye on that storm. So active tornado warning there. If you're in either one of these tornado warnings, make sure you're in your safe spot. Remember, a tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. And I do think that could develop a tornado at any moment near Spring Valley. And then again, we do have an observed tornado here for Manchester in south central Minnesota. I'm going to pull up another radar site real quick. We're going to do storm motion. Pretty good rotation right there. Fairly strong rotation. A little bit of side lobe contamination, so it may not be as strong as what this radar is depicting. But it is definitely rotating well enough to warrant a new tornado warning. Yeah, it is partially side lobe. I think the intensity is definitely a bit side lobed, but it is strong enough to produce a tornado. And there's a funnel cloud report here for just to the southwest of Aden in south central Minnesota. So based on that funnel report, so your funnel report was down here, and it was for this storm in Manchester. So I think our storm actively producing a tornado may be the one in Manchester right now. I doubt it's still on the ground. It was probably a very weak, brief spin up. I doubt it was a anything crazy. Let me see. I just want to go check a chaser I know here. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to continue to watch these storms here as they move up to the northeast. We've had one tornado so far today, but the day is literally just started. Our first tornado warning of the day was observed. Now we have a second tornado warning, which is radar indicated. I'm going to switch y'all over to this scene here. That way it can cycle through all the warnings. I don't know if I fixed the other scenes. I didn't really plan to be covering tornadoes today, to be honest with you. I thought the threat would pop off a little later. Not a lot of wind shear out here, so these storms will likely just barely have enough rotation to produce tornadoes. Any strong tornado threat today will probably develop more to the northeast. The more northeast these storms are, the better wind shear they are in. Sorry, I'm checking mesoanalysis real quick. Okay, so the best environment is very close to these storms here. I mean, if it was literally just a county more north, these storms would be in the best environment. All right, there's an updated warning. That's another tornado warning. 3 tornado warnings now. This radar site looks to be the best. That's the Twin Cities radar. Little area of velocities there. So we're going to watch that as well. That's radar indicated. Rain showers trying to produce tornadoes. There you go. That's what we're dealing with today. I'm going to quickly take a sounding here. Yeah, so with these 3 tornado warnings, the approximate wind shear in the 0 to 1 kilometer is about 120, which is definitely higher than what it was an hour ago. It is actually a very favorable environment. I have a full video on how to read radar using Radar Omega. You can find that quite easily if you just go to my channel and then go to my most popular video. That's the one where I show how to read radar. It's at 22,000 views now. Jeez. Last time I checked, it was at 13,000. Observed by law enforcement, Otter. It was observed by law enforcement. And it's been canceled, so no longer a tornado warning in effect in this area. That has now been fully canceled. It is no longer in a place. No longer in place. Look at this whole cluster of severes. That's what I was talking about. So we just had one alpha boundary that swept through this area. That caused more alpha boundaries, which resulted in more storms. And now we have a bunch of severe storms here in Southeast NC. Starting to see more severes in Southwest NC too. I might have to turn off that beep because we're gonna hear that a lot. We're gonna hear that a lot. How many severes do we have now? Yeah, we've got about 32 severes right now, so those are frequently going to be getting updates. Continuing the radar indicated tornado warning for Spring Valley in southeastern Minnesota. Definitely a good area of rotation there. We could confirm that from not only our radar site there in the Twin Cities, but also the radar site in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Confirms that area of rotation. This one in Des Moines, Iowa is too far. That's looking way too high up to say anything about. Too far to really see what's happening. I don't really see much with this storm in Blue Earth either at the moment. Yeah, the best storm by far is the one in Spring Valley. You could see it as a well-structured mini supercell. Quite well-structured mini supercell there. So just be in your safe spot. Let's see. Another tornado warning. That's a long one. That is for all the way till 5:45 Eastern. That's another tornado warning. Gracious. We went from no warnings to 5. Like, what happened? We went from none to 5 in, like, literally 5 minutes. Like, hello? What? What? What happened? That's insane. Like, literally, look at how many popped up. This is, let's see, this was 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. Not a single warning in effect. And then we saw 2. And then we saw another one. And then we saw another one and another one. But yeah, this one did expire. It expires in 1 minute, but it has been canceled. So we're actually at 4 warnings now. Let's see. Yeah, I think this one is definitely the most concerning one. The one near Spring Valley. That's going to be the one I watch the most. And we've just got some light rain showers capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds here. This is 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in southwest North Carolina. One of those is a much bigger storm, though, near and north of Forest City and NC. And then just a mess of severe warnings all over the place in southeast NC. But we'll see how these storms mature. I do think this messy mode is going to prevent us from seeing a more notable tornado threat today. There's a very good chance we'll see a couple tornadoes, as you can tell by the ridiculous start to this event. Our first warning of the day was observed, and then right after that expired, we overall had four tornado warnings. A new severe here in Iowa. 0.88-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll go to that real quick. So that's for Goldfield and surrounding areas. Just be away from doors and windows there. That's in central Iowa. North central Iowa. Hello, random guy. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to keep an eye on this storm here near Leroy in southeastern Minnesota. That looks like a pretty good storm to keep an eye on here in the future. Not nearly as good as our active tornado warning back up here in Spring Valley. Much better area of rotation with that. Definitely side-lobed, especially on that newest scan. Turn that beeping off. Yeah, it's going to get annoying. There's going to be way too many beeps today. We have way too many severes. And just like that, the beep will never be heard again. You missed a lot of 60-mile-an-hour winds, and our first tornado of the day was for, really, it looked like a light rain shower. You'll still hear the tornado warnings as you just heard there. We've got a second tornado on the ground here with this light rain shower in Heartland. So another tornado, second one of the day on the ground here that is observed. It says 5-inch hail possible? No way. But it doesn't. You are blind. Caleb, blind. You are worse than me. You're talking about the text directly above my face cam, right? This dude. Still radar indicated there, southeast of Blue Earth. So we are back up to 5 tornado warnings again. All but one is radar indicated. So we've got a light rain shower producing a tornado. What is this observed by? Law enforcement again confirmed a second tornado now. Moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So another tornado on the ground here. Going towards Ellendale in south central Minnesota. Main one here is still this one near Spring Valley. I still think that one has the strongest area of rotation right now. It's just hard to say how strong that is with the clear air. Like, literally, this thing right here is producing a tornado. That's crazy. Well, tornado threat's already verified. We've already had 2 tornadoes today. So, our threat is already verified. And that's what I expect most of our threat to be today, is just these rain showers trying to produce brief spin-up weak tornadoes. There could be some stronger storms that attempt to drop potentially potentially a couple tornadoes or maybe a stronger tornado. I definitely wouldn't rule out a strong tornado today. But those are going to have to be very discreet and very well established and likely closer to the low pressure. I don't know if these storms in southeastern Minnesota are far enough north. Still watching that one over Leroy, going over Leroy rather. Leroy there in southeastern Minnesota, and then our active tornado warning there in Spring Valley. You can see how that broke apart in literally one frame. So that definitely was side lobe contamination. Still rotating quite a bit though. Let's see how our light rain shower producing a tornado is. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, it's literally still. This is where we have a tornado on the ground at. Barely east of Heartland. And this thing has produced 2 tornadoes. So it first produced a tornado, let's see. Actually, I'm trying to figure out which one it was. I believe this is the one that produced your first tornado. And that is not producing another one. So, it's actually a different storm, yeah. Because this one formed near Freeborn, moving northeast. And I believe the one that produced our tornado near Aden was actually out of this one here. Which the one that produced our first tornado near Aden is now starting to die out northeast of Clark's Grove. And a new storm actively producing a tornado is likely just east of Heartland, where that tornado could be located. So that is observed by law enforcement. Thank you, Pete. I appreciate it. I responded in DMs too. I was thinking of something else to say, but I was just like, I'll just say thank you. So thank you. Thank you again. Yep. I am no longer 19. I'm not going to say what I am. But I'm no longer 19. I'm plus 1 year above 19. Let's see. Dang, Pete, don't put it that way. 2 decades, bro. Thank you, Cruz. I appreciate it. Yeah, most of the if you're wondering why I'm here, and I'm not hanging out with my family, most of the time for my birthday and everyone's birthday in our family, we wait until more family gets together and then we celebrate. So, today we did a little celebration, and then once my entire family comes over, then it'll be a larger celebration. And I actually get my family who I haven't seen in about 4 or 5 years. The part of my family that lives up in the Northeast, they're coming down probably in early July. So this weekend we got a lot of stuff to do, and then next week they're probably coming down here. 2 decades old, jeez. How old are you, Pete? He's probably what? Yeah, you're totally like 1.6 decades old. That's how old Pete is. None of these storms really look like they're doing much to me. But still be in your safe spot, because these storms can produce very brief, quick spin-up tornadoes. And like I said, we should see a couple of them today. Okay, so the HRRR is confident that our main event will be out of those storms in southeastern Minnesota. So these should be our main storms right in here. According to the HRRR. I want to see what the new meso-analysis has. That way I can see where the best wind shear is. The leading supercell... Wow, that's a very far north warning there. Madison Lake under a tornado warning now. In southeastern Minnesota. But the leading supercell should be the greatest tornado threat, so I'm thinking these will probably merge together into our highest tornado threat. I want to see... Dude, the wind shear is... I don't know why, but the wind shear is actually getting a lot better. The mid-level wind shear is crazy. So even with the lack of lapse rates, we're probably still... We're going to see a couple tornadoes today. We've already seen 2. We'll probably see a lot more than that. Just these storms are going to be a lot messier. So we probably won't see much of a long tract, if any of a long tract. I highly doubt we'll see that. It's going to be very difficult for us to see any strong and or long tract tornadoes today with the lower level lapse rates being so low, the lack of any EML or capping or anything in the morning, and the storm mergers that these storms are going to get. It's going to provide a lot messier of a mode. So storm mergers could lead to very destructive cell mergers where a storm tries to produce a tornado and another cell hits it and then destroys that process. But I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado if we can get some more wind shear out here. But it's also going to have to be a bit more of an organized storm. Kind of like what we're seeing here with less of the mess to its south. So I would be watching this storm the most, see how this merges, and it might have a stronger tornado potential as it goes towards like Preston or Lanesboro. I think we just lost 2 tornado warnings. Yeah, so that has been canceled, and this one has been canceled. So we are down to, we're going to switch to GR2 to get the count on it. So we're down to 4 tornado warnings, and the one in Ellendale is still observed. Look at that. Multiple reports of a tornado southwest of Aden. And then there's your other report. Law enforcement reports tornado over Freeborn. So those are your 2 tornadoes today. And both were out of literal light rain showers. Literal light rain showers. 58-mile-an-hour wind gusts there. Just to the south of Spring Valley. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, emergency management. I wanted to see what that was reported by. See if it was from like a Mesonet or Train Spotter or something. Okay. Still a crazy amount of side lobe contamination with this storm. They may not continue that tornado warning for much longer. It goes for another minute. I think they're going to let that expire, but we could see a new tornado warning still for this storm near Leroy. I still think that one near Leroy is trying to rotate. Not sure if it's yet an imminent tornado, so we'll see. If it's an imminent tornado, then we'll see that warning shortly. If not, then it will stay, unwarned at the moment. List of all of our active warnings right now. You can see the yellow. Those are all normal severes. If they have C's next to them, that means it's a significant severe. If it is a D next to the R, then that means it's destructive. So all of these are just ordinary severe storms. We still have 3 radar indicated warnings, and then we have the observed warning back out here in Minnesota, near Ellendale, for Ellendale. We did just lose that tornado warning for Spring Valley, so that's a look at all your warnings. And then, of course, the greens, flash flood warnings, blues, special marine warnings there. That light blue back down here. Plenty of warnings. What if I should put that up? Let's see. There you go. Just shove it in the corner somewhere. I always keep it off screen, though. There's like 2 or 3 chasers up here that I know of, but there could be more that I don't know. But I know there's at least 2 or 3. A bit surprised this one in Leroy is not yet warned. Bit surprised on that. Good morning, Legacy. If Lucky joins, I'm going to say the same thing to him too. Only difference between Legacy and Lucky is Lucky sleeps in until 5 o'clock. No, actually, the other day, I was trying to get a hold of him, and he literally slept in till like 1:32 p.m. Tomorrow's water park day. Well, hopefully you don't get sunburned. Hopefully you have a lot of fun. I woke up at 9. Man, you woke up before me. I normally wake up around 9 to 9:30. I woke up at like 10. I was pretty late at getting up this morning. Alright, we had a disextension of our tornado warning up here for Waterville. For Waterville there. So Madison Lake, most of Madison Lake was removed from that tornado warning. But still, tornado warning does continue for Waterville and some surrounding areas there. That is radar indicated. Isn't it going to be at least a little bit cooler tomorrow, though? I'm pretty sure it's going to be a little cooler tomorrow, Legacy. Today and yesterday were by far the worst. Tomorrow is Thursday. Oh. Yeah, you're looking at like maybe 3 degrees lower. I mean, it's still just as bad. Dude, it's literally like just as bad. It's going to be like the same degree today as it, or the same degree tomorrow as it was today out here in Virginia. And pretty much like the same for you, Legacy. It might be like a degree or so cooler. It's still going to be pretty bad. Wait, what? Where is... Can I go back here? Yeah, I want to see something real quick, y'all. What? Really? Hold on. When was that report? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. There's, what's the probability of debris on that? There's nothing there. People are calling this the debris signature. Does it go up with height? No. I don't think so. That is where the report was, though. Wait, is that a lake? Hold on. If that's a lake, then we know that's incorrect. Let's see. So let's go back to... Shoot, I lost it. Okay, it's right here. I couldn't find it. I gotta click that. Take off. Oh, actually, I was gonna take off the overlay warning there, but I don't need to. That is very clearly a report in a lake. So, thus, there is no chance that is a debris signature. There is no chance you'd have that deep of a debris signature over a lake. But it was a tornado. It was a tornado. I just highly doubt it was that lofting that much debris. Yeah, it started as a water spout. Yep. All right, we're down to one tornado warning for the next 23 minutes up here in Waterville and surrounding areas just northeast of Madison Lake. But I'm really going to watch these, like this cluster right here, to see how that evolves over the next hour or so. Let's see here. Yeah, it was observed because a chaser reported it, yes. I mean, to me, Capybara, that looked like a clear rain shower, and that's it. But I don't know who knows, maybe it was a tornado. I mean, personally, when I see a big signature like that, I'm very skeptical, especially if it's with a light rain shower. And today ain't no ridiculous MCV setup like we had back out in Southwest Wisconsin a while back. And you know, you could easily tell those were tornadoes because you had a huge reflectivity debris ball correlating with ZDR and CC. But when you're this far from a radar site and your debris signature is over a lake, yeah, no, I wouldn't be so quick to jump on that. The report is pretty much right over where that debris signature was, which is why I believe people were calling it the debris signature, because it correlated pretty well. Until I figured out it was over a lake, and then I'm like, well, you ain't gonna get no debris signature like that over water, man. That's literally impossible. But there was a tornado. This was a tornado. There was a tornado here, moved northeast. I just don't believe that that was the CC drop. That dark blue signature, I don't believe was the CC drop. Because you have to realize that we are 13,000 feet up into the atmosphere. That is a very intense tornado. A very intense tornado, if that debris signature is correct. Which, you know what? I didn't even think about this. It just hit me. Let's go check the Twin Cities radar site. Since it's still far, but it is another thing we can help kind of correlate. Even though it's really, really far, at least it's another, tool in the toolbox to see what it looks like. I mean, that has CC there too, but like I said, it's over water. Dude, if that was a tornado... This is, I'm not even going to lie, that is a little bit more convincing from the Twin Cities radar site, because that starts over trees and then moves over the lake, which means it would have time to pick up trees and debris before it moves over the lake there. So I'm not even going to lie, that's a little bit more convincing. But still very fishy. And on here, it does go up a little bit better with height. But see, then it just turns into a rain shower, like it didn't produce a tornado or anything, you know? It just went from a LP debris ball to a rain shower. I don't know. We know that there was a tornado, but I don't know what the radar's correlating with that. But that's kind of convinced me a little bit more that it started before it hit the lake, according to this radar. I'll just keep this radar open because we're probably going to need it again. Also going to keep an eye on this storm here south of Stacyville. So 2 main storms I'm watching right now. Probably the most concerning storm I'm watching is this little notch here northeast of Leroy. And maybe the second area is with one of these general storms here. I don't think that rotation's legit south of Stacyville, but still those storms are moving northeast into a favorable environment. You're still in Florida, Sam? When are you going back? Whenever you go back, you know that severe weather is going to start dying down in South Carolina. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to pull up a chaser real quick. I'm going to go and look at the mesoanalysis again. Another warning. Let's see here. So that's... again? It's another observed tornado warning for a light rain shower out here. This is a little bit heavier of a rain shower. But still seemingly out of nowhere right there. There's your 3rd tornado of the day. And this is still, I mean, it's in close proximity. This one area has had 3 tornadoes now. Alright, let's see where this is observed. Alright. 3rd time now this law enforcement person has observed a tornado. This dude is getting the chase of his lifetime out here. Like, gracious day. 3rd time law enforcement has confirmed a tornado right around this area. South of New Richland, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. A tornado was located over Heartland. So it is with this storm here. And I'm assuming, because I could tell from the velocity couplet, that it's probably like on the back edge of this right in here. So, I mean, if he's literally, like, if he is assisting with, you know, any damage that may be around Freeborn, you're clearly going to be able to see this area of rotation as it moves to your north. So we've got a 3rd tornado on the ground now. 3 so far today. And this, again, is over Heartland in southeastern Minnesota. And that's another update. Let's see, that's an update to... okay, that's a new warning altogether for the thunderstorm behind our observed warning. So, new tornado warning for Aiden. Again, it's this one area now. This one area in here has had 4 tornado warnings, 3 of which have been observed. So, you're back in a tornado warning here in Aiden. Make sure you are indoors and in your safe spot. Remember, stay away from doors and windows. Be in your safe spot, preferably basement or a storm shelter. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, which means a tornado has not yet been observed, but it does mean a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. Thank you, Caleb. Have a great rest of your day, and thank you for tuning in. So just be in your safe spot around this area. If you're in this tornado warning in... Is that Alden? That might be Alden. Hold on. Let's see. I was looking to see if it says Alden. I think that's Alden. Looks like Alden to me. That's Alden. I've been saying Aiden. That's Alden. What are the chances of a hurricane hitting the Gulf in the next 28 days? Low. For the next 2 weeks, extremely low. After that, it's probably going to go a little up with time, but I really still don't expect much until late August. I just know within the next 2 weeks, there's a very low chance we see anything in the Gulf. So, possibly towards the end of July, we'll have to keep an eye on the main development region in the Gulf just to see if anything's there, but I wouldn't get worried about it or worked up over it. The hurricane season is going to be backloaded this year, so really expecting most of it to be in mid to late August all the way through until early November. Oops, not that. Not that. There we go. A brief tornado is possible and wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour. So we're going to keep an eye on this for a tornado threat in the future. This entire area, all of these storms, we're just going to keep an eye on for a tornado threat in the future. Another radar indicated tornado warning. This one for Warsaw. Pretty good area of rotation there. Moving up to the northeast. That's about to go right towards... Actually, it is going towards the I-35 corridor. And it will cross the I-35 corridor here in a couple minutes. So just be in your safe spot. Warsaw, surrounding areas, up towards Cannon City. Prairieville, out in southeastern Minnesota, which is in this area. This is well south of the Twin Cities. Send some rain to southeast Wisconsin. Well, we're under a crazy high pressure, so our rain showers are very scattered, but it's all hit or miss, really. But you have a good chance for some rain over the next few days, especially tonight into tomorrow morning. Should see some rain. Keyword is should. And then you also have some chance tomorrow night, too. And just a heads up, I don't think it will be accompanied by severe weather. There could be a few gusts of winds, but probably nothing that's going to be like severe weather. Nothing that is going to be severe. From what I see at the moment. Gracious. All right, let's go back down over to these storms here. Yeah, none of them are rotating nearly as much as they were about 30 minutes ago, so hopefully that continues. Hopefully we don't see anything else drop out of those. I want to go back to our Twin Cities radar. Yep, look at that. Another report that's from law enforcement reports a tornado just west of Freeborn. This same law enforcement agent has probably confirmed 2 tornadoes, maybe even 3. Wasn't this by law enforcement too? Yeah, the law enforcement and trained spotters reported this one near Alden, and then probably the same officer reported these 2 tornadoes near Freeborn. That's crazy. Like I said, he's probably having the time of his life chasing storms out here. Hopefully these are just hitting trees. Looks like there's probably some scattered homes, especially probably around the lake, and especially in Freeborn. Yeah, Freeborn is quite populated. But yeah, that report was in a field, so hopefully it stayed in that field and lifted before it hit any homes. And then this was the water spout in the middle of the lake, so hopefully everybody's okay. Hopefully these were just tree eaters and lifted fairly quickly, and hopefully we're pretty weak. Let's go back to our current scan here. Still weak area rotation there over, or rather just south of Warsaw, and then another one just northwest of Waterville. Get both of those in frame. So these are both of the areas of rotation we're watching. This one's moving to the northeast. This one's moving generally the same storm motion as well. Neither of them are on the ground. This storm near Heartland still could have a tornado ongoing. Recently was reported by a law enforcement officer of a tornado on the ground with this storm, so still could be ongoing. All right, back to our La Crosse, Wisconsin radar site. Looking pretty good with these storms. Still all disorganized areas of rotation. Nothing I'm too worried about here at the moment. Just going to continue to monitor them. They're in a very good environment, very favorable for a tornado or two, very favorable for even a strong tornado. But this messy storm mode so far is saving us from any of these storms producing tornadoes. All 3 of our tornadoes have came from discrete supercells just to the northwest of Alberta in south central Minnesota. Southeastern, south central Minnesota. I do, Sam, yes. I sure do. Wells, Minnesota. We've got a report of a really good looking tornado. Photogenic tornado. And that was... Let's see. That was west of Wells. Oh, east of Wells. My bad, my bad. Okay, so that was with this storm. So yeah, definitely had a tornado around Freeborn about 40 minutes ago, and now we have another one that is now up towards Heartland. Not surprised with the funnel report down here. Is that what was possibly tornado one? Nope. Okay. Surprised. Not surprised that we got a funnel report, though, on this storm north of New Haven. So this storm is trying to drop a tornado. We'll see if we get a warning for it just northwest of New Haven in Iowa. We'll monitor that very, very closely. That is a bit more discreet. Right now, all of these storms in a good environment, which, by the way, hopefully they are taking up that good environment. Uh, they have all stayed very clustered, so none of them have produced tornadoes right now. But if this storm near New Haven continues to be a little bit more discreet, there's a chance it could try to produce it later in the future. All right, what was that updated warning for just a moment ago? Okay, that was the beep before the beep. This one was canceled, so no longer tornado warning for Waterville. That newest beep was for a continued tornado warning over Albin in southeastern Minnesota. We still do have an observed warning out here. Actually, yeah, we do. We sure do still have an observed warning there, southeast of New Richland. Yeah, now I'm starting to see a lot more reports of those tornadoes just earlier, about 30, 40 minutes ago. Looks like the main one was over the lake. That one over a lake. I already forgot. Freeborn. Yeah, Freeborn. Looks like we had a lot of chasers on an angle with that storm. I don't think any of them were strong, but definitely photogenic. Definitely photogenic. All right, now that it's almost 6 o'clock, all of our severe storms are beginning to move into South Carolina. How much are we up to? 1, 2, 3. We're up to 35 severe warnings and 3 tornado warnings. 4 tornado warnings. Oh no, 3. My bad. Man, I really hope they fix that soon. Again, weather-wise, they have this issue where when warnings are canceled, I should say, when tornado warnings or severe warnings are canceled, the polygon still stays there. So clearly you think, oh, 4 tornado warnings, I can count. But actually, nope, this one has expired, yet it's still there. So that is not in effect. So we're down to 3 tornado warnings, 35 severe thunderstorm warnings. And I do think one of those severes are significant. Last time I checked, there was one in Florida that was significant. Actually, it looks like now that was downgraded, and we actually have 2 in Nebraska that are significant. So for the same storm, 70-mile-an-hour winds, 2 significant severes there. I know Radar Omega doesn't have it. Jeez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado reports around this area. Dude, that's crazy. Five tornado reports around a very local area. I mean, what? This isn't but about, like, yeah, almost 5 mile radius there. 5 mile radius. All right, I'm going to go back over to here again. Hopefully these storms continue to remain weak, because those are the cells in the best environment, so there may just be too much of a lapse rates and storm mode issue out here in far southeastern Minnesota for these storms to produce much. Still a good area of rotation here, northwest of Medford. So again, if you're in any of the tornado warnings active right now, just be in your safe spot. And if you're in any of the severe thunderstorm warnings active, just be away from doors and windows. And stay hyper weather aware, of course. Okay. When did we start our live stream again? 3:30. All right. Gotcha. So we're going to continue to stream this regional, very regional tornado event in southeastern Minnesota. Not yet considered a tornado outbreak. We need 6 or more tornadoes in a general regional area for it to be considered a tornado outbreak. Just rain showers producing tornadoes, man. Yeah, this would be a much more notable event if we had better lower level lapse rates. Sorry, I'm checking the environment real quick. Yeah, it does look like the first wave of storms here is leaving a little bit of a cool pool behind it, but it's not enough to really affect it too much. I still think these storms are going to be able to continue to try to produce tornadoes here for the next couple hours, even if these storms do continue to move eastward and move over that more favorable environment. I think there's still enough environment left for these cells to produce tornadoes later down the line. Still observed tornado warning here for Ellendale. So be in your safe spot there in southeastern Minnesota. Yeah, good look over here. Again, not much rotation at the moment. Oops, wrong thing. Brief tornadoes could also occur, yeah. So they keep issuing these special weather statements for some weak winds and a tornado threat. At the moment, no. This definitely is verified as a 5%. Assuming that this is it, this is verified as a 5%. But I don't think this is it. I think we'll continue to see tornadoes for the next 2 hours. All the way up until about 8 o'clock. And then after 8, that's when things should die down. I'm really curious about these storms here. The good news is a lot of these storms were anticipated on the HRRR to be discrete. And I'm not sure if you could tell, but none of these are really that discrete. I mean, you can make out some semi-discrete storms here. But the HRRR was wanting these to be a strong tornado threat in the future. And with them being completely clustered like that, it's just not going to happen. You're going to have semi-discrete storms to see a tornado threat out of these storms here. It's not like, we're not like in an MCS or derecho type event today to where when things grow upscale, the tornado threat increases. When things grow upscale, the tornado threat nearly goes down to 0 with them. So you're going to have more discrete storms, whether it be semi-discrete cells embedded in clusters like this one, or maybe tail end Charlies like that there, or completely semi-discrete to discrete storms like these 3 out here. You're going to have storms that can take advantage of the environment without much interaction around them in order for storms today to produce tornadoes. And that's why we've had 3 to 4 tornadoes around this area, a pretty good tornado event right around this region, is because those storms kept firing semi-discrete. And notice how fast they died off. I mean, they would form, drop a tornado, and die within 30 minutes. So this is still an observed tornado warning. We're back down to 2 tornado warnings right now. Probably not going to last long, honestly. Wouldn't be surprised if we go right back up to 3 or 4 here in a couple minutes. All right, back down here to North Carolina. Not much happening in North Carolina anymore. The main severe storms is just south of Charlotte, and then another severe storm out here for Hendersonville. But our main clusters of storms are now moving into South Carolina. So far, I would say this risk is verified pretty well out here in North Carolina. We'll see how South Carolina verifies. The main threat for South Carolina is beginning right now. Yeah, if you look on the SPC's website, all 5 tornado reports, Freeborn, Minnesota, Freeborn, Minnesota, Freeborn, Minnesota, Freeborn, Minnesota, and Freeborn, Minnesota. All of it is in the exact same county. One county has seen 4 tornadoes today. Now that is insane. That is crazy. Minneapolis getting good rain. Too much rain. Flash flood warning. Rain and automated gauges. Flash floods will be possible, especially in small creeks, streams, urban areas, low-lying regions, as well as other poor drainage areas. So they're getting a lot of rain, but a little bit too much rain. And a little bit too fast. Yeah, really good sign. Really, really good sign to keep seeing this clustering. That's going to be what keeps this event from overperforming. Really good call from the SPC to do that last-minute upgrade to a 5% tornado risk. That is verified very well. Man, they barely fit that in, didn't they? I mean, this is the county we've been seeing 4 tornadoes in. And that's just barely in the 5% there. I believe we had a few tornado warnings outside the 5%. Actually, maybe not. I mean, they might have actually nailed it. Nope, we had a tornado warning in Blue Earth. And if we go back here, Blue Earth is in a 2%. But tornado warnings in a 2%, I mean, we see that frequently, so. But almost every tornado warning today has been inside this bullseye of the SPC's 5% tornado risk. You know what's unusual is when we see a tornado outbreak in a 2%. I remember, I think it was last year, we saw like 20 tornadoes in a 2% in Tennessee. Now that was unusual. I just remembered that out of nowhere. That area of rotation substantially weaker for Cannon City. Just northeast of Medford there. Just stay in your safe spot. Still an observed tornado warning here for Ellendale. Going towards Summit. Just for 6 more minutes, so just stay in your safe spot for a little bit longer. And make sure that doesn't get reissued. Sometimes they can reissue those tornado warnings, so we'll watch it, and in 6 minutes, we'll see if they cancel it or possibly even put a new warning there. Just be careful because sometimes they can reissue those tornado warnings. No, a 10% tornado risk does not need a hatched risk. I'd say if we see, what, we're at 4? Yeah, I'd say if we have one more tornado, that verifies a 10%. I would say this is so far verified as a high-end 5% for this area. We'll see how the rest of it verifies more towards La Crosse, but honestly, I don't know. Things have grown upscale already for near La Crosse. I mean, that's a really good sign. Seeing those storms actively taking up that environment, that is really good. Because that means there won't be as much energy for when other supercells move through later on today. Which will be in probably about, I don't know, probably 2 hours. These storms aren't very quick moving. I was wanting to see, oh yeah, that's what it was, a NATO cast. Where did that have the... Nope. Looks like NATO cast was just a bit too far east. Maybe the west side of the 10% is where those tornadoes were. But I think NATO cast was a little too far east on its 10% risk for today. Now, that's assuming we don't see more tornadoes tonight or later today. And I think we will. I think we'll see more tornadoes out here. In the world? Yeah, that's definitely rotating. It's been rotating for a hot minute. I'm surprised this hasn't been warned yet. Gonna keep an eye on that very obvious area of rotation, albeit pretty weak, but definitely caught my eye right there near Concord in southeastern Minnesota. All right, so that's what I was talking about. Ellendale, you still need to be in your safe spot. They've continued that tornado warning for another 33 minutes. It is radar indicated, so still stay in your safe spot if you're in Ellendale, right along that I-35 corridor. However, if you're west of Ellendale, say closer to like, there's no named areas here, Bath, north central Iowa, that warning still expires in 3 minutes. So we'll go back to just radar indicated here in 3 minutes. This observed warning will expire shortly. Definitely watching both of these areas closely here. Watching both of them very, very closely. That's the number one thing I love about weather-wise. I know it's pretty random, but the drawing actually stays there. I can't tell you how helpful that is. That is very, very useful. That is probably the number one reason why I use WeatherWise over any other radar software. Because I draw a lot. I draw a lot. That we all know what I'm talking about. And it's very helpful to see like where the next scan puts it. Because, for instance, those last two drawings, those were where our velocity couplets were on the last scan. And now, with the newest drawing, you can see they've moved a little bit more to the east, northeast. This one's moving, that drawing just helped me see, this one's moving a little bit more southeast. This one's moving more northeast. Not that far southeast, geez. Like this. Is it even moving that far? Yeah, you could see on the last two scans right there how it moved just the taddest bit more east. It's not moving southeast because you could see northeast, 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 and now it's moved a little bit. And you know why? You know why that is? It's being hit by a storm. So the cell merge is causing it to move a little bit more east. Oh, that's observed now. So we got a tornado on the ground. Weather spotters were... Okay, is it a funnel or a tornado? Weather spotters reported a funnel cloud, and thus this is a tornado on the ground. Don't ask, I just work here. I just work here, man. So we've got a tornado on the ground. It's observed, so it was a tornado for sure. Just possibly maybe it's lifted and now it's more of a funnel. If a funnel's lifting up dust, it's a tornado, Rebel. That is the definition of a tornado. A violently rotating column of air that is picking up debris. That is a tornado. Either it's a funnel or it's a tornado. There's no in between. Either it's on the ground or it's not. So I believe that this probably was on the ground and may no longer be on the ground, which is why they note that it was a funnel reported. Like I said, this is moving more east too, so if it keeps strengthening, and it's going to stick to the southern side of this tornado-warned area. We'll see exactly where that goes. And it looks like the one over Concord has already died out, so that's good news. So back down to 2 tornado warnings. For a split second, we were at 4. For a split second, we were at 4 tornado warnings right here. 4 tornado warnings for a split second, and then they canceled both of those two, and we're back down to 2 tornado warnings. Now I messed it up. There's 2 in effect. There you go. So the tornado likely on the ground. Possibly still on the ground. Like I said, they say tornado on the ground, and then say weather spotters have reported the funnel. So just being in your safe spot. This eventually did produce a tornado, and it could produce again. So just be in your safe spot if you're in this area. Either the tornado was on the ground or it is still actively on the ground. So we'll keep monitoring that closely. Hi, Chip. Bye, Chip. Thank you for tuning in. Well, if it's not a fully condensed tornado, it is still a tornado. Either way, be in your safe spot. This storm did produce a tornado and may still be producing a tornado moving up to the northeast. Or to the east-northeast. Again, on that newest scan, you can see it's still moving east-northeast here. You can see when it gets hit by that storm. Right on those 2 frames, it gets hit by a storm. And it changes its trajectory just slightly. It moves more from dead northeast, like this. It was moving like this. And now it's moving a little bit more like this. It was moving dead northeast. That cell merge is helping it move a little bit more east now. Definitely not moving southeast, like I said before. That was... I don't know what I was talking about saying it was moving southeast. It definitely was not moving southeast. 2 areas of good rotation here. Especially that one southeast of Lanesboro. Both of those are actually rotating quite a bit. Let's go to the GR2 analysis software here. Go to La Crosse's radar. Well, Albie, that looks completely different on here. Now, what's up with that? Southeast of Lanesboro. Oh, you know what it is? I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what it is. I did the storm motion vector thing, or whatever it's called, on this GR2 radar site. Watch. This is how the velocity looks like. And I bet when I close this and reopen it, it's going to look different. Sometimes that storm motion thing is really useful. Other times it screws up your velocity. There you go. Told you it would look different. And this still isn't the newest frame yet. So we'll have to wait for that to come in. Lopez. I do think this, because this has started to move more east, it looks like that's likely beginning to weaken. So still being your safe spot if you're in either one of those tornado warnings, but it looks like this one currently observed is likely weakening thanks to that cell merge, and that cell merge helping it move more east as opposed to dead northeast. Yeah, but definitely two areas of rotation you want to keep an eye on here. I don't think either one of them are imminent at the moment, but if they intensify any further, that could be a different story. See what the new HRRR has. So the new HRRR still wants these clusters to be our main event. Which I just don't see that happening right now. I don't know. It is getting a little bit more discreet. It looks like it still has a storm on its west flank, and then of course still the storm to its north. But it might be organizing quite a bit more. All right, just got a new mesoscale discussion. Tornadoes and severe wind gusts will remain possible and being the best chance for a tornado along the boundary. Let's see. So there is your new MCD. Main risk is 60 to up to 70 mile-an-hour winds, and could see a couple tornadoes. Still won't rule out a weak, or what? No, a brief strong tornado. Wouldn't rule out a couple weak tornadoes, and still wouldn't rule out a brief strong tornado, especially if anything can interact with that boundary. So there's your greatest tornado risk. Any strong tornadoes? I don't think so. There was a very skeptical deep CC, and then it was observed by a chaser and law enforcement, but I can't say for certain if that deep CC was actually a tornado or if it was just like a rain. If it was just rain. It was too difficult to say. I'm thinking it was more of just rain, and then that rain shower did produce a tornado. So I don't think we had any strong tornadoes yet. But we've had 4 tornadoes so far today. And all of them were in the same county. Actually, 5. No, my bad. 5 tornadoes, because we just got this one observed recently. So we've had 5 tornadoes, which actually, in my opinion, I think this would verify as a 10% tornado risk. So we're actually just 1 away from a regional tornado outbreak. We had 4 tornadoes in this area, and we've had 1 up here. Yeah, both of these are trying to organize very well. Like, look at that. Both of these, if they can just get a little bit more discreet, we could easily see a tornado threat, possibly even a locally stronger tornado threat, especially with that southern one, try to develop out here out of these 2 storms. Looks like they're starting to, I don't know, somehow, like, the rain around them has started to weaken. Like, you could see they looked very messy right here. And now they've just managed to somehow organize into 2 very well-defined weak supercells. They upgraded it to 5% at the 4 o'clock update, which was obviously a very good idea. Yeah, our environment is most favorable right here with these storms as they move to the east. So if we do see a strong tornado threat today, I think it would be out of probably this southern storm here. Down to 1 tornado warning. I believe I'll just double check really quick. Yep, down to 1 tornado warning. Look at the trail of tornado reports in this one county, dude. And oh, another one right there too. Oh, wow. You know what? That might have been a long track tour. I believe that was a long track tour, y'all. Formed near Freeborn, went over Heartland, and then didn't lift until Ellendale. So it likely didn't lift until around here. That's 2155Z. And it touched down way back here. So yeah, that's a 20 plus minute tornado right there. That is relatively long tracked. You got to be careful. This is an old report. That is not a report from this tornado. This is an old report. So we had 4 tornado reports out of this one storm. Dang. Might have actually had a long track tour today. Oh, new tornado warning. I'm betting it was probably... It's either an update or one of those storms in southeast Minnesota. Yeah. Observed. Okay, well. There's another one. It was one in southeast Minnesota, but not the one I was thinking. Is that for Dodge Center? Yep. So it is back on the ground. Observed by... Sorry, I'm switching, but weather-wise gets it first. Law enforcement, like literally the 5th, 6th tornado observed by law enforcement here. So that's another tornado on the ground. Chase out moderate in Kansas, Oklahoma too. So you saw some wind. I mean, unless you were at the right spot. We had that regional little area that saw like 8 tornadoes in 30 minutes or so. Yeah, both of these storms, we'll have to watch for not only the southern one, but also the northern one for a strong tornado threat in the future. So if you do live anywhere around La Crosse, Wisconsin, I would be watching this very, very closely. Neither of them have ramped up enough to produce a tornado, but if they ramp up any more, definitely could see a tornado, possibly even a strong one out of either one of these storms. Also watching this tour possible severe for Clinton Falls and Medford. Keep an eye on that. It's also in southeastern Minnesota. There we go. So we'll see how much longer this tornado threat lasts. I do think we are probably past peak unless these storms can really ramp up. I think we're past peak now. Looks like from probably 5 to 6 was our peak activity. Now these storms have clustered up quite a bit more. I still could see more tornadoes, but I think our peak activity is done here. I would really watch these 2 storms. Most worried about both of them. I'm shocked this storm with no velocity has produced a potentially a long track 20 plus minute tornado and now another tornado. According to law enforcement. I'm quite surprised by that. Law enforcement observed it at 4 different locations. Law enforcement observed this on the ground. These are writing an outflow boundary. I don't see any obvious outflow boundary. At least not right now. CC on the southern one. I see what you're talking about. Very, very light CC. Let's go to the newest frame. Any ZDR decrease? Ooh. Yeah, there is a little ZDR decrease. Spectrum width, yep. Hard to say for certain. Definitely hard to say for certain, but that could be a CC drop. Look at that. Very classic mini supercell right there. Very classic mini supercell. And then the one to the north is attempting to do the exact same thing, although the velocities kind of broke up a little bit. And now it kind of broke up because this was your old mesocyclone right here, and your new one formed just a tad bit more to the northeast. But that is also still trying to produce a tornado right up in this area. I don't know where the rest of the supercell goes. Hey, I was pretty close. I should have finished it. I was pretty close to drawing the whole thing. So that's also trying to drop a quick tornado. Yeah, I don't know if that was a tornado. If it was fairly weak and probably very brief. If that was a unwarned tornado southeast of Highland, which I'm not sure about. I didn't see a very I've been distracted. Sorry. I didn't see a very notable CC drop, just that weak one. Hold on. Let me go back to the one up here. Oh my word. Okay, hold on. I need to read this. Man, did you guys spot the tornado with this storm at all? Did you guys see the tornado? It is visible on radar. You can see the signature. There's actually a debris signature with this. In this polygon, there is a debris signature. I didn't see it till just now. All right, yeah, this is about to drop a strong tornado. This needs to be warned ASAP. That is about to drop a strong tornado west of Sheldon. But real quick, I want to go back and point that out. This is your CC. West of Dodge Center. That is your debris signature. That is actually your debris signature right there. With barely any rotation, barely any precipitation, and it has a debris signature with a bit of spectrum width and ZDR, very clear, strong ZDR drop right there. Very clear, strong ZDR drop, which is why I'm very confident that actually was a observed tornado northwest of Dodge Center, which is crazy because it was barely even rotating, yet had such a good debris signature. This is our only tornado warning, but it shouldn't be. We should have 2 more warnings. We should have a tornado warning probably on this storm southwest of West Concord. That has tightened up a lot on the last 2 scans. And we definitely need a tornado warning on this. This is about to drop a, wow, okay, severe warning. Not exactly what I was thinking. Not even Tor possible. You're joking. You're actually joking. That's insane. I'm screenshotting that. This is Sheldon in southeastern Minnesota. Just gonna double check that's not a tour possible tag. Okay, it's not. Jeez. Yeah, this one I'm a little bit iffy on this. It is tour possible, so at least it's tour possible. You can see there it is a tour possible tag severe, so they're watching this to potentially issue a tornado warning in the future if that tightens up anymore. It's not tightened up an absurd amount, but it has tightened up enough to where there's a chance it could drop a tornado here in the future. So we're going to watch that closely south of Medford. This is actively producing an unwarned tornado. No, that's not skeptical. That is a tornado, Sam. Straightforward is now an unwarned tornado. That is an unwarned tornado ongoing west of Sheldon. Well, guess I gotta tweet that now. I just put a tweet out saying it should be... I thought it was going to be tornado warned, but now it is an unwarned tornado. Oops. I can't get that any more perfect there. Can I just do a ZDR? Yeah, there you go. ZDR, very obvious. As obvious as it gets. I spelled Minnesota wrong again. It's an E. I always spell it Minnesota instead of with the E. I forget the E. That E. I put an A instead of an E. Alright, so we've got an unwarned tornado on the ground here. Clear debris signature west of Sheldon in southeastern Minnesota. That is on the ground. No longer an observed tornado warning for our other one, so we're at just a radar indicated warning, but we should have an observed warning right now. There is a tornado on the ground. Literally heading right for Sheldon. There's a tornado on the ground heading right for Sheldon in southeastern Minnesota. Unwarned. Good news is the outflow just broke apart, so your hook echo occluded. You could see your hook went up. Watch the hook echo on that newest frame. See how it kind of bent back into the base of the supercell. So that's a sign that this is about to lift, if not has already lifted. We'll see if that's the case on the next scan or not. But normally that means it's lifting, if not lifted. There's definitely some instances where, that hook can occlude up and then become a donut tornado, but I don't think we have an environment favorable for that, in my opinion. We'll see, though. I wouldn't fully say that this is fully lifted just yet, but it is a tornado on the ground. It may still be on the ground. Again, that outflow is disconnecting. The hook echo has occluded up like this. And the CC has scattered out a bit. So those are all three signs of this lifting. Is that the tornado warning? If that's not, thank you for putting it straight to observed. Thank you for putting it straight to observed. I know. There's actually some National Weather Services that would have put that as radar indicated. So that is a observed tornado warning. That is an observed tornado warning now for Sheldon. Make sure you're in your safe spot. It is on the ground. Outflow a little bit better on that newest scan. You know what? I think this is actively... You can see that outflow got better on the last scan. This has actively formed a new hook echo that fast. So it occluded up and went right back around, and it has literally formed a new hook. You can see, clear as day, a new hook echo popped out on that newest frame. So that is an observed warning there. We got another tornado warning, radar indicated, for our storm back up here in Norway. This is the storm that dropped a tornado just southeast of Cannon City, and it is trying to drop another tornado, this time over Norway, which is, again, in southeastern Minnesota. Yeah, so we're going to watch that debris signature, see what it shows on the next scan here in probably about 15 seconds. We'll see what it shows. Definitely a tornado, for sure. For sure, a tornado. Where is this over? Like, what is this over? Trees? It's all trees. Yep. It successfully re-intensified as it was occluding. So it didn't become a donut. What happened was your old tornado occluded up, and I don't know if it lifted briefly or literally was just still stayed on the ground. That is very, very weird, because you can see this is where your old tornado was. It went up, potentially lifted or weakened a lot, and then went back down and recycled, and now is re-intensified. This would be worthy of a PDS warning if those outflow winds touch anymore. It may already be worth a PDS tornado warning, but the outflow winds aren't they aren't very tight at the moment. You've got some gray pixels sneaking in there between your outbound and inbound wind speeds. We'll see if that tightens up on the next scan here. Well, deeper CC drop. So this is 100% a strong tornado ongoing, lofting debris over 5,000 feet up into the atmosphere. 100% a strong tornado ongoing right here. Go back to weatherwise real quick. Whew. Yeah, look at that. Really good area of inflow. Again, a little bit bad on that outflow winds there. You can see these outbound winds in red. Let's go back over to GR2 really quick. They still didn't connect on that newest scan. It is still likely a strong tornado, though. Still a strong tornado on the ground here west of Sheldon. It is moving in the direction of Sheldon. If we go and turn this back on, probability of debris, and we do the track, you can clearly tell this is on direct course for Sheldon. It is on direct course for Sheldon. Hopefully it won't last that long. But unfortunately, our lower level wind shear in this area is indeed favorable for a strong tornado. We are definitely at a good environment. Definitely in a good environment here. So Sheldon, southeastern Minnesota, a strong tornado heading your way. What does it mean when they don't connect? So that just means that your velocity is not very tight. It's not very gate to gate. So there's a chance your tornado isn't as strong as what it appears on radar. So you have a lot of strong winds going away from your radar and towards your radar. Quite strong. And then where that mesocyclone meets dead in the middle, that's where your tornado is. So your actual tornado right in the middle may be a little bit weaker than what your maximum outbound and maximum inbound wind speeds are. So even though the maximum outbound, maximum inbound wind speeds is probably about a give or take 55, 60 knot VROT, the actual tornado itself may be slightly weaker than that, and that might be why they are not pulling that PDS tornado warning trigger. Another reason is it could just not be a populated enough area. We'll see. Right now, it is still an observed warning. Still an observed warning there. Going towards Sheldon. Outside of that, we still have our one tornado warning back out here, radar indicated, south of White Rock, but our last tornado warning that was over Manorville was canceled. Yeah, you can see that CC is a lot more scattered, so it may actually have already lifted at this point, which again could be because of that little weak area of velocities in the middle. You know, your outbound and inbound wind speeds are strong, but the actual area of rotation where the tornado would be located may be a little bit weaker because it's not actually gate to gate. Now that's a lot worse. The outbound and inbound winds, outbound, inbound winds, a lot closer. Very, very, very close. And that is as tight as they've been through this entire tornado warning. So even though that debris has scattered out, I would not say it's lifted. Not with the new velocity scan there. That is likely still on the ground. But just looking at CC, that's a lot more scattered. It's not as confined. And then velocity, that's tightened up quite a bit. That is tightened up quite a bit. And now it's weakened again, but you can see that newest scan, you've got your main debris ball back. So if it did lift, it's back on the ground. So you have your main debris ball back, and that's probably because those velocities tightened up a bit more. May have helped the tornado last a little bit longer. This is getting very, very close to Sheldon. Northern one did die out, so that's really good news. It's this southern one here that is an issue. All right, continuing the observed tornado warning here. No surprise there. We'll continue to watch this as it's actively producing a tornado. Going right towards Sheldon in southeastern Minnesota. Yeah, you can see that's your new debris signature. I don't know how many times this has lifted. There's a chance this has been one strong, long track tornado, and there's also a chance that it has been 3 different tornadoes because it's tried to occlude 2 different times. It formed, attempted to occlude, potentially still stayed on the ground, and then just a second ago it attempted to occlude again as it was weakening with velocities, and then on the next scan the velocities increased and a new / same but stronger debris signature continued. Now that is a substantially lower CC. We'll see what the next velocity scan has, but that is a significantly weaker CC drop. A very significantly weaker CC drop there. I just realized that this unworn strong tornado, I said it this morning, but I somehow forgot already. This is happening on the 1-year anniversary of the North Platte incident. 1 year ago today, uh, at this time, 1 year ago today, I was live streaming a an event out in Iowa, Wisconsin, Missouri, and Illinois. I ended up ending the live stream around like 9:50, and then we came right back on around like 9:55. We were right back on because of a violent unwarned tornado in Nebraska. That happened a year ago today. A year ago today, and here we are. This is in southeastern Minnesota, and we had an unwarned strong tornado. Thankfully, they warned it a little quick. I mean, that debris signature was there for a good 2 scans. So, I mean, it took them about 5 minutes to tornado warning, which that's not horrible. That is not horrible. For the violent tornado a year ago, it had a very strong couplet for like 20 minutes, and then it had a violent debris signature for 10 minutes without any tornado warning. So, not as bad as North Platte, but still, I want to just point out here that this area of rotation, we called this out way earlier. We called it out when it was in Highland, and we watched it closely, and then we really homed into it when it hit east of Highland, and we had that first potential debris signature that we were unsure about. And then, now that was crazy. That was crazy. Putting a non-tour possible severe on a signature that looks like this. Oh my goodness, yeah. It should have been right here. Right here, it should have been tornado warned, and then they put the severe warning on it. That is probably what kind of shocked me the most. Seeing a strong velocity couplet like that and choosing to put a not tour possible severe tag on it as opposed to a tornado warning or even an observed tornado warning at that point, because it touched down just a couple scans. So right here it touched down, right there. So literally a scan after that strong couplet, it was observed. So strong couplet on the ground. And instead of putting a observed warning, because look, that's the CC right there. That is your tornado on the ground right there. On that scan, and you can see on that scan, they put the severe warning. You see it at the top left right there. So that's crazy. That is crazy. And like I said, it still took them about 5 minutes to put the observed warning on it. Like I said, not as horrible as North Platte a year ago from today, but still, it's still bad. Having an unwarned tornado for 5 minutes, that's bad. Especially putting a severe warning on it, acknowledging, hey, I see that this is about to produce a tornado, and I choose a severe warning over a tornado warning. That's pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. That is pretty rough. I don't know what it is this year, but we've had like 5 incidences already. We had our incident in Southeast Kentucky. We had our incidents in Pennsylvania. We had our incidents here. We had an incident in Western Kentucky. And I'm sure there was another incident where we had an unwarned strong tornado or the NWS didn't do something correct. I don't know what it is about this year, but it has not been good. There has been a lot of unwarned strong tornadoes and a PDS warning without a strong tornado, and it's been crazy. It has been crazy. St. Louis, I can't remember exactly what happened with that, but I think they did a good job with that warning. I'm pretty sure it didn't take them long at all. If I remember correctly, it was a weak area of rotation, and they immediately tornado warned it, and then the next scan, it was strong, and then the next scan, it was a big debris signature, and they almost instantly upgraded it. I'm pretty sure St. Louis did one of the best jobs. And they did a really good job with that tornado. But I don't mean to ever be mean to the NWS because they still give life-saving information. I don't want it to seem like that. It almost feels like that's the case because it feels like every time we do one of these live streams, I'm complaining about something. So I apologize if it feels like that. But like I said, if I'm able to call this out 20 minutes in advance and say, hey, this has a chance to produce a tornado as it gets towards, near Sheldon. And then it doesn't get tornado warned for that entire duration and then produces a tornado near Sheldon and then finally goes observed. It's like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hopefully everybody's okay in this area. I do see that most of this region was a forested rural area, but I believe there was some homes right in here. I believe there's homes generally in about this area here and about this area, maybe there. Can't tell with that second circle. But I believe it went very close to possibly over some homes, so hopefully everybody is okay there. Thankfully, we did have a warning with this, although it wasn't a very advanced warning, it wasn't a very large heads up. It was still tornado warned at some point in its lifespan. What was that update? Alright, that's our only active tornado warning now. Yeah, so it looks like this storm here that I thought was going to attempt to produce a tornado, it tried. It tried pretty well. Look at that over Havana. It really tried to rotate, but it looks like after that it fell apart. So our only area to watch now is this observed tornado warning here south of Houston, which is likely lifted. Still going to keep an eye on that one near New Hartford as well. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I also remember the one from a year ago. Um, it had a huge debris signature, and they upgraded it from, or they downgraded it. It was, I believe it was PDS, and they put it all the way down to radar indicated, and it was still on the ground. That was another thing about last year. So this was definitely not no North Platte incident. But last year, it was literally a violent tornado on the ground. 10 minutes after it touched down, they tornado warned it. It eventually went PDS. And then once it was still on the ground, they took off the PDS warning and downgraded it to radar indicated, and then re-upgraded it about 5 minutes later. So that was, I've never had an incident like that. I've never seen that before. The only incident that even remotely compares close to that was the tornado emergency in northeastern Arkansas in 2022. That didn't have a tornado. Oh, it never. Oh, my bad, Sam. That was another thing. It never went PDS. That's what it also was. So it went. The first warning, it was completely unwarned. Dropped tornado, violent tornado, 10 minutes, and then it went observed. And it was still a violent tornado with a chaser reporting a large wedge violent tornado on the ground. There was photos of it. And they still never upgraded it to PDS. And it was still on the ground. A chaser was still saying it was on the ground. They downgraded it to radar indicated. And then about 5 minutes later, re-upgraded it to observed. And then eventually it went back down to radar indicated and didn't produce again. I remember it being that chaotic. It was a very um a very chaotic day, a very chaotic warnings as well. We should see a new tornado warning for this. Looks like this is probably going to attempt to produce again based on how that hook is. Unless that hook fully occludes, right now it is still... It does look like it's trying to occlude. I can see that occluding here shortly, but still going to watch that in the future as it moves off to the east here. East of Sheldon could produce a new tornado. Yeah, we'll see if that can tighten back up. Again, this is in a really good environment, but it's starting to get messy again. And it probably won't recover from this. That's a full mess of cluster there. Man, I gotta start showing my forecasts on this channel. I made a forecast earlier today before the SPC upgraded to 5% or put a tornado watch out. And I said a few tornadoes possible. A strong tornado will also be possible today. And I specifically highlighted this area. The area I highlighted was right here. This was the area I highlighted for the greatest tornado threat. And again, that was before the 5% tornado risk was even introduced. Let's see. Give me just a second. Alrighty. Well, that was a crazy outbreak. What, 9 tornadoes? I'm probably up to about 9 tornadoes here. I'm not that good, Pez. I'm not that good now. I'm not National Weather Service level. I may have learned a lot, and I may be competing what it seems like competing with the NWS, but I'm nowhere near that. I'm not even close. I could tell you for certain, with all the background work I've done, if I put out like every single risk area I thought would verify, it would not verify. It would not verify. I'm definitely not as good as the SPC. That is for sure. Nowhere near that level. Keep an eye on that area of rotation north of New Hartford. And also the tornado warning here, still east of Shelton, that area of rotation. There we go. Oh man. Ooh. It must be rough missing out on that one, Sam. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, you already know this has a good shelf cloud and a good gust front in front too. Ooh, man. That's rough. Look at all the severes. I think our enhanced risk is also still verifying out here. I don't know if it's going to verify in Eastern Georgia. That's the only place I've been skeptical about is Eastern Georgia. I don't know about Eastern Georgia. I haven't seen a lot in Eastern Georgia that makes me think we're going to see widespread damaging winds in this area. But we'll see. I mean, that enhanced risk goes all the way back into Covington, east of Atlanta, Georgia. Like I said, I've gotten lucky with my outlooks. I choose my outlooks very wisely. When I'm very confident about something, I'll do a special outlook for it, and I only choose specific events that I think have the best chance of like a tornado outbreak or something. You know, something that I really need to note. and then I'll make an outlook on that, or at least just a discussion on it. So, but I'm like I said, definitely choose the SPC and your local NWS over me any day, 10 out of 10 times. I relay to you what the NWS and the SPC relays to me, and I relay that in the best manner that I can, and hopefully as simple as I can, and then I also put other details over it too. But I do think our main event is fully over. I think that ended at 6 o'clock, which is when much of our activity ended. The only thing that we've seen after 6 is this one supercell produce a strong tornado, which I said would be the biggest issue there. I literally said that. I said I think our main event is over, except for possibly with this supercell right here. And, yep, went on to produce a strong tornado. Hopefully it was just a tree ripper, but unfortunately there was definitely homes near the tornado. I'm just hoping that those homes got missed by the tornado. Hopefully the tornado missed those homes. Dude. I can't believe it. I can't believe we actually had a 10-minute unwarned strong tornado. Or not 10, 5, my bad. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. All right, look at that. And go all the way back. So it touched down right there. That's it on the ground. 2218Z. 2218Z. And then it didn't get warned until 2023Z. So it was literally a 5-minute unwarned strong tornado. I mean, really, like, why would you... I'm really curious on what made them think a severe warning and not a tornado warning. Like, when I look at this image, there's nothing else that comes to mind than tornado. Like, really. And with the background environment we have, I'm shocked that they chose a non-Tor possible severe. Looks like the area of rotation is going to die out. At least for now. We'll see what our new HRRR and our new mesoanalysis has to show here. But good on the SBC for upgrading to a 5%. Really wise idea there. Just show you that 5% tornado risk verified perfectly. Verified perfectly. Could have went 10%, but there was a lot of uncertainty on exactly where the greatest tornado risk would be. For instance, I personally was thinking it would be southeastern Minnesota. That's where I was thinking the best chance right in here would be for multiple tornadoes, possibly a strong one. We did have one strong tornado, but just one tornado. And we actually ended up having our full regional tornado outbreak was actually out in this area. That's where we had our regional tornado outbreak. We had like 6 tornadoes, maybe 7 tornadoes there, and then an 8th one out here. We are tornado warning lists for the first time in, what, an hour and a half, 2 hours? We are tornado warning lists. I just accidentally covered a tornado outbreak. I was supposed to do something at 5 o'clock. So I wasn't supposed to be here for this long. This happened on my birthday last year, dude. Like, what's up with that? Like, what's up with that? My birthday last year, I spent covering tornadoes for like 6 hours. And then this year, I spent covering for almost 4 hours. Hey, at least they put a Tor Possible tag this time. We'll see if this can reorganize. It's possible. It is possible, but the environment should be decreasing in overall chances for that to occur. I don't think we're at that good of an environment. Birthday cake is waiting. Yeah, it's my birthday. I'm 1 year older than 19. Just bad luck. Just bad luck. We had a 10-minute unwarned violent tornado on my birthday last year. And now we had a 5-minute strong unwarned tornado on my birthday this year. Thank you, Pez. Thank you. Um, I'll get birthday cake this weekend and I'll probably get three. I'll probably get three. I'll get it this weekend when just we celebrate this weekend, and then probably when my family comes over next weekend, and then probably again on with my other family. I have three family. My main family here in this household, family from the Northeast, and family from the Deep South. The family from the Northeast, Deep South, we're gonna meet early next week, and then my family from North Carolina, three, three. Forgot about that. Family from North Carolina is gonna meet in probably late July. I just got a glimpse of that. Here we go again. So we've got an unwarned tornado on the ground again. This is a storm we pointed out. I can't even tell you how long ago. Man, we pointed this sucker out way back here when it was north of Rushford. And it is now producing a tornado. I don't know why y'all are exactly calling it a strong tornado. The velocity is barely over 80 miles per hour. That is definitely not definition of a strong tornado. And the debris is being lofted up about 800 feet. If that was the tornado warning, that is... Hold on, let's see. Okay. It's radar indicated because they were likely issuing that tornado warning as it was touching down. You see how fast they tornado warned that, though? You see how much faster that was? The scan just came in of a tornado on the ground, and they just put a radar indicated tornado warning on it. Now, that will be upgraded to observed here shortly. However, the reason why they haven't upgraded it to observed is because they literally just saw that newest scan. So, give them about 3 minutes, and this should be upgraded to observed. That was a much better warning. Much better, much quicker tornado warning right there. So be in your safe spot. We got a tornado on the ground here for Dakota and far southeastern Minnesota. Going into southwestern Wisconsin at this point. Likely a brief tornado. It is probably already lifted, to be honest with you. We'll see what the next velocity scan has, but it's probably already lifted, as Rebel and Rockets just said in chat. It is probably already lifted. .5 knot V-Rot. No, I don't think it was that high. It was 35 V-Rot, buddy. About 35 V-Rot. Not close to the 50. Yeah, so this is it's probably lifting right there. That's likely where it is lifting at the moment. So tornado likely lifting west of Dakota. Southern one is still dying out at the moment. No sign of that re-intensifying. Velocity is stupidly broad right now. There is no indication of that re-intensifying at the moment. Well, that newest scan completely says otherwise. The inflow is much stronger, but those outbound winds, man, that's like, what, 5 miles per hour? 5.6. I apologize. I am 0.6 off. So that is very weak outbound wind speeds there. But that could be ramping up again. We'll see what it shows on the next scan. I'm not convinced that it's ramping up completely yet. But yeah, it is starting to rotate again. Yeah, so tornado no longer on the ground out here, northwest of Dakota. They might not observe this, actually, because it's not on the ground anymore. So they might simply just not observe it since it was such a quick tornado. I mean, it was probably only on the ground for an estimate of, I'd say, 2 to 4 minutes. And it's most likely lifted already. A severe watch or tornado watch may be needed, 40% chance, so it's not guaranteed. So a tornado watch or a severe watch may be needed for the potential of damaging winds of around 60 miles per hour and the chance for a tornado across southern Wisconsin. Whoa! Jump scare. Yep. Unwarned tornado back on the ground. Unwarned tornado back on the ground here. That developed very quickly. That really developed quickly. That did not have nearly as long of a sign as the first one did. Also, that north one... Yeah, you could still see the CC there, but it's likely still lifting. No, not LP at all. Do you not see the huge area of rain all around the mesocyclone? Yeah, it is a... I agree. It looks like a detached hook echo. Yeah, it does. Who knows? Maybe it is rockets. Maybe it is a LP tornado. I don't think it would be, considering all that reflectivity around it, but you never really know. Sometimes even when it looks fully rain-wrapped on radar, in real life, if you're in the right spot, it actually may not be. Alright, they're continuing radar indicated there, but, what about that one? What about, the unwarned strong tornado that is, probably still happening, right there? What about that one? At least it's toward possible this time, like I said. It doesn't look like... It doesn't look like it's as strong anymore. It doesn't look like it's as strong anymore. Okay, well, it might be strong, Capybara. Nearly a strong tornado. What was the one you pointed out? Was that this one? Yeah, see, the one you called strong had 2 pixels of CC. Look at mine down here. This is the one I called strong. See this one? This one has what, 5, 6 pixels? See, much clearer. And it still might be on the ground. That still might be on the ground. So this is, and look at that. It's lofted debris further up in the atmosphere for sure. You can see I can go up already 2 scans and still see the debris. I have to wait for more scans to load in for me to look up higher. This one, was that it? Yeah, this one lofted debris. Probably no more than about 800 to 900 feet up. And this one currently still unwarned has already lifted debris 1,000 plus feet up. So there's a better chance that this one is stronger than our tornado warning further north. All right, there's that new scan again. Still debris, still a velocity signature. It is weaker, but it is still very much present. And it is still very much unwarned. For the second time, likely a strong tornado on the ground, and it's still unwarned here. Wow. This has almost been on the ground for about 10 minutes now. Oh, this is worse than the first one. It has been on the ground since 2258Z, and we are 1 minute away from that being 10 minutes. Oh, was that it? There it is, and it's observed again. There it is. 9 minutes without a single tornado warning. What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, really? Second time on this storm, dude. I'm not as confident with that northern one being back on the ground. Maybe. Maybe. If it is, it's very weak. I mean, yeah, right here, these 2 scans, especially this one, these 2 scans is when it should have been warned, and this one right here is 9 minutes ago. 9 minutes ago, we had that scan of the signature for developing tornado. And the scan that followed that, just a minute and a half, 2 minutes later, CC drop. Scan after that, a little bit weaker CC, but still velocity. Next one, CC, velocity. And we're about to get another scan here to see what it shows. Alright, substantially weaker. Wouldn't be surprised if this is lifted again. Wouldn't be surprised if it's lifted again. I'm quite surprised this was able to recycle. Not even close to as strong of a tornado as the first one, but it did drop another tornado. The first one it dropped was by far the strongest tornado of the day. Not even close. Yeah, it got warned 2 minutes ago. Yeah. It got warned at 7:07, 2 minutes ago. Eastern time, 7:07. Seeing nothing behind it, so it's really just this one It's really just this one storm. The one further north is trying to rotate, but not really succeeding as well. It did drop a quick tornado, but it's not succeeding in trying to re-intensify. There is a bit more of a couplet trying to form on it. Keep an eye on that. It is trying to re-intensify there, so just keep an eye on that just in case. If it does, that's going to go towards just to the northeast of... No, there's no very obvious town names here. Yeah, just northeast of Bryce Prairie. And that's in southwest Wisconsin. Still a tornado on the ground here. Oh, you can see that just turned to a yellow TVS. So that's about 1,600-ish feet up. That's lofting debris about 1,600-ish feet up there. Yeah. I'd say at least 1,400, possibly up to about 1,600. Looks like it's a lot weaker on that newest scan. So I'm surprised it was even able to loft up that much debris. We got a lot of little storms popping off in southeast Wisconsin. I don't expect those to do much. Much of them will just be weak thunderstorms. Although I wouldn't rule out a tornado with one of them towards dark. I wouldn't rule out a tornado with one. But they don't look very strong at the moment. Now that northern one's still trying to re-intensify. It is still trying to intensify there. We're back down to radar indicated for both of them. Yeah, looks like it's lifted. I agree with that. It's likely lifted. Could produce very soon again, though. I find the northern one a little bit more unlikely to produce another tornado, but this one, I could definitely see that reproducing another tornado as it moves towards the end of that polygon. Yeah, this is probably going to keep going for a while longer, honestly. Our main ingredients fall off at 8 o'clock, but, I mean, this could keep going for much longer than that. I see a little area rotation with that, but it's right in the clear slot. But I see what you're talking about, Sam. Little area rotation there going towards Lake Delton and Lewiston. So we'll keep an eye on that. The greatest tornado threat is definitely going to be focused in this area over the next 2 hours or so. After 9 o'clock, I would be shocked if we're seeing anything after 9. I think there's a chance for a few more tornadoes here over the next 2 hours, and then after 9 o'clock, I would be pretty surprised if anything's able to produce after about 9:15. Environment over there, it's definitely not in a bad environment. It's right on the instability axis though, so if it keeps going more northeast, it's gonna run away from the Cape. It's right on the line of instability. It's got about a good 2,000 right now, but the more northeast it moves, the more it loses. Man. All right, South Carolina's threat's definitely starting to verify out here. And this is going to continue, like I said, all the way till probably about... These storms should last longer. I think these will go till probably, I don't know, maybe midnight. 11 o'clock midnight tonight. They should really weaken as they move into southeast Georgia towards about, yeah, 11 o'clock midnight Eastern. Whereas I think the peak's already passed. We're done with the peak. We've just got an annoying supercell here south of La Crosse, Wisconsin, that is continuing to try to produce more tornadoes. And I think that overall threat will still continue for the next about probably 2 hours till about 9. Till probably about 9. Looks like this one is really weakened towards Holman, so not worried about that one anymore. Only one I'm really watching is this one going towards Shelby, southwest Wisconsin. I think NATOcast was a little bit too far east with its 10%, but yeah, it did really well. Again, it was a very easy forecast. It really was. Like when I saw it yesterday, I was expecting the SPC to upgrade to a 5% in the morning, and they didn't. It was not a hard forecast. At all. Matter of fact, I believe, let me go back here. The exact location of it was a little bit uncertain, but, you know, just, I'm surprised they waited so long to issue a 5% tornado risk. So, I agree with the SPC not going 10% or 10 sig because there was uncertainty on exactly where the greatest supercells would form and that highest threat would be. I think today performed perfectly as a high-end 5% tornado risk. And if they upgraded to a 10% tornado risk, I feel like the placement of it would have been a little bit... it would have been hard to nail. It would have been hard to nail a 10%. In my opinion. Yeah, that outflow boundary is well in front. That outflow boundary could have 10, 20 mile an hour winds with it, but it's not going to pose much of a severe threat. Severe threat's going to be with the storm itself, going into Williamston, Gray Court, and then eventually towards Lawrence in northwest South Carolina. Tornado threat on Friday is definitely uncertain. It looks like we might have an issue with elevated thunderstorms. I've lost confidence in an MCS threat because the forcing has downtrended. It looks like our shortwave is going to be too slow. But with that being said, weaker forcing is going to allow for more semi-discrete to clustered storms. So I do think we could see some very large hail. I think it's going to be an issue up to 3-inch in diameter potentially, 70 mile-an-hour winds, and then still a couple tornadoes will be possible on Friday. But I think the MCS portion of it has downtrended a bit, but it could uptrend right back. So we'll see. And then for Saturday's threat, you have a very potent environment for instability and a decent low pressure, but you don't have a fast moving trough. So we'll just see. We'll just see how it goes. And then Sunday is completely iffy. Sunday you don't have a crazy amount of cape and you have barely any good trough with it. Horrible wind shear, so we'll just see. Like I said, I'll be celebrating my birthday this weekend more than today. So I won't be... I don't know about live streams for the upcoming thread. I don't know. 50-50. They did go ahead and put Tor Possible on this storm in Reedsburg, Wisconsin. 60 mile-an-hour winds also there. So we're going to keep an eye on that as it moves off to the east. And then no rotation here towards Shelby anymore. So I do think these storms, we're definitely going to have a very good chance to see another tornado or two here. Yeah, I saw that. If you're talking about on Friday, Capybara, yeah, I saw that. But exactly what you just mentioned there. Your dew points are into the low to mid 60s. Temps are into the low 80s, even to the mid 80s. So I'm thinking big time hail, tornado threat will be present, and then wind threat will be present as well. I think hail will be the biggest issue. Thank you, Austin Miller. My birthday's today, but like I said, we want to celebrate it more with family, so we're going to wait just a little bit to celebrate with them. Lose that tornado warning in 8 minutes. I don't know if they're going to continue that. They may not. So honestly, I'm probably going to head off here in 8 minutes and try to time this perfectly to where we have no tornado warnings when I end. And we'll probably get a couple more tonight. I expect that we'll see a few more tornado warnings and probably another tornado or two later on in Minnesota, Wisconsin. But I think we covered the bulk of the threat. So, yeah, I didn't want to be here for 4 hours today. I was hoping to do an hour and a half, maybe 2 hour live stream. Did my mouse just die on me? Okay, there it is. But nevertheless, I was here for a long time. And we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I still have 28. We still have 28 more severe warnings. So there is plenty of warnings right now. But much of those are just ordinary severes. Actually, all of them are. Not a single significant severe. Not a single significant severe, and this tornado warning will expire in 7 minutes. And, yeah, I don't think it's doing anything right now. I don't see it producing at the moment. But it could. It could in the future. It could in the future. So, yeah, before I start concluding and go into the ending screen, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. I appreciate over 100 likes on this live stream. And if you are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. I try to live stream the best I can for these events, but sometimes, every now and then the timing's going to be unfortunate where I'm on vacation and a severe threat pops up. So just make sure you're weather aware for the rest of the day. There's a couple other coverage people who are live right now. Please go watch them. I encourage you to just make sure whoever you go to watch, make sure you trust them, make sure they're giving out accurate information. But I wouldn't be surprised if either one of these produce tornadoes in the future, and I also wouldn't be shocked if we get a tornado somewhere out here in Wisconsin either. So I still think that we're going to see another tornado or two, both in possibly this area here over the next hour or two, and possibly with this storm over the next hour or so. So just remain hyper weather aware if you are in south central Wisconsin. Probably going to see a couple more tornadoes, but I think we covered the bulk of it. I wouldn't fully rule out another strong tornado. If these two can, really get their act together. That northern one is a bit more discreet. Not liking how that's looking so discreet right now. So, but I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna turn off my computer. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna hang out with the family for the rest of the day. So I won't be able to do urgent coverage, but I will see you guys probably tomorrow. Is what I'm thinking. It's Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. I may or may not see you tomorrow. If I see you tomorrow, it's going to be a quick 1-hour briefing. If not, I'll let you know in the community post. So, again, I appreciate all you guys for tuning in. We're going to head over to the ending screen. Apologize for ending a little bit early. We covered a lot of it. I mean, I planned to end at like 5 o'clock. When did I start? Yeah, I planned to end at 4:30 or 5 o'clock Eastern. It is 7:30 Eastern time, so I went well over what I was planning on today, and that's okay. Especially with events like today where we get a random tornado outbreak. I thought we were going to see a few tornadoes today, maybe a strong tornado, but I did not anticipate 10 tornadoes, including 1 or 2 strong today. That is not what I was anticipating with how messy of a mode it looked like. I definitely will, Pete, and I will Pez. Thank you both, and I will catch you guys possibly in tomorrow's live stream. If not, I am going to be live we'll just see. I'll just let you know in the community post. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll let you know in the community post. Like I said, I get busy at the end of this weekend, and then towards the weekend, the next weekend too. So yeah, have a great rest of your day. I will see you guys whenever I see you next. And stay safe, watch severe weather, and especially stay hyper weather aware if you are out there in south central Wisconsin. Florida had a tornado today. Well, that's random. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Stay safe, watch severe weather. Thank you, mods, for watching chat. Have a great rest of your day. Goodbye. stay safe, watch the weather, and I'll see you guys possibly in tomorrow's live stream. If not, I'll let you know in the community post. Thank you, mods, for watching, chat. Have a great rest of your night. Good.